Yellow yo! Oops, sorry, I keep forgetting that my window's not open. Give me a second. Not that one. There we go. I was about to say, I was not... I was a little confused for a second, but then I realised I was playing Peggle earlier, so I was like, oh, this is why. But hello! Welcome back to Ace Attorney Investigations. Basically, what we're doing today is we are playing the first half of case number 5, which is basically the massively long finale from which I've heard. It's a very big case. And as you can tell by the little bit at the bottom, it's time for some extraterritorial rights and a lot of fire, as you can tell by all of this. Oh my gosh. I've also got some lunch, so I apologise if I'm slightly slower in speaking. I literally just managed to make my lunch in time, so I've got a big bagel and a couple of carrots and a yogurt. No, Siri, I'm not talking to you. Love the fact that my watch immediately responded when I said that. But yes, it is a continuation of Ace Attorney Investigations. Hell yes, we love Mars. And this is the final case in the first game, which means that we will be beginning the second game possibly next week, depending on how far we get. So, I guess we find out. We basically did the intro to case number 5. We did an intro to case number 5 right before we finished last time, with basically everything being on fire and Kay going. There was a fake Yatagarasu, aka most likely Calisto Yew, at the foreign embassy. I don't remember whether it was Cohdopian from last game, but we'll find. Not last game, last case even. I'm gonna pull up all the voices because apparently there's a lot of new characters, so oh my gosh, my fan is just going. Voices, there we go. We have found my voice category. And there we go. Right. So, let's begin with case number 5 in Ace Attorney Investigations.
Ah, what a coincidence. Who would have thought that a Steel Samurai stage show would ever be held at such an elegant theatre inside a foreign embassy?
I'm sorry, what? Oh yeah, because I remember there was a Steel Samurai thing going on. Oh my god. What the hell?
Yeah, that is pretty weird, isn't it? I feel like that shouldn't be a plot point, but apparently it's going to be. Yeah, the climax was really awesome. Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. I got chills down my spine when he pulled that move out.
I suppose it really is more impactful to watch a show in person than on television.
Yeah, we love the Sentai stage shows. I need to watch Gozuja when that comes out tomorrow because I'm finally catching up on it.
I have to say though, this embassy is set up kind of funny. I mean, they have 2 countries sharing the same building.
Yeah, that does happen.
Well, as you said yourself, this place and the countries it houses are very special.
I'm assuming it's 2 buildings and then there's like a middle segment where they meet, I'm assuming. Let me just... Boop. Hey Bean, how you doing? I'm just quickly... Where the hell is it? Where's my... There we go. I'm just making sure the Discord link's working again. So give me a second. I'm just adding the disc. There we go. Discord link has been replenished. There we go, in case anybody wants to join that one. Cool. Let's go.
Well, as you said yourself, this place and the countries it houses are very special. Even this theatre is special, in which a neutral zone shared by the two countries.
So I'm assuming it is like two buildings and they've just smushed together a middle segment and that's where this theatre is.
So let me get this straight. The Steel Samurai show just now is being sponsored by one of the two countries.
That feels like a really weird... Ooh, that's a good thing. That's a good sign, because I want to play 100 Line at some point. I just don't know whether, like... I want to see people's reviews of it first, just to see whether it's more Uchikoshi or more Kodaka, because I like both of them. Sorry, I'm eating food.
The Steel Samurai show just now is being sponsored. Yeah. The one that's called the Kingdom of Allebahst, right?
Okay, so that's the one that that Dade Man was from last case, I think.
It would appear the Steel Samurai is very popular in that country as well.
Seems that way. But you know who I'm really into? The Jammin' Ninja.
Isn't he the one who died?
The Republic of Babahl is sponsoring a Jammin' Ninja stage show. Something for fangirls like me.
Okay, so... Oh, so this is before 2-4. Oh, okay. I missed the start of the case. So basically, we believe that Calisto, aka the fake Yatagarasu, will probably be here and is planning to either steal something or kill someone. And so Edgeworth and Kay have showed up here to kind of go, we need to stop her and hopefully catch her. And if she's here, Lang and Bad will probably be here as well because of the fact that they both wanted to catch her in the last case.
We totally got to see that too, Mr. Edgeworth. The Jammin' Ninja show is going to kick the Steel Samurai show's rear end. Kick his ass, Edgeworth.
You know, ever since I first met this girl, I've always had this inkling. She's very violent.
Do smile for the camera, sir.
At the bottom.
You're being caught on video. Who's the Yatagarasu?
You don't need to know that.
Shut up.
That's what she really wants to be. Is not a thief, but rather a ninja.
I love the idea that she's actually that she becomes a detective. Like she goes and becomes like Tyrrell Bad. I would love that.
Anyway, about today's event, what's it called?
The Kingdom of Allebahst versus the Republic of Babahl Goodwill Jubilee. Why versus? The small European countries of Allebahst and the Republic of Babahl. These two countries used to be a single entity that was abundant with nature.
Oh, okay. When was this game made? In the early 2000s, so it's... Yeah, I mean, considering that, like, all of, like, the Slavic countries used to be, like, one at one point.
It was called the Principality of Cohdopian.
Oh, and that's where Cohdopian came from.
Is everything alright, Mr. Edgeworth?
I'm alright, moving on. Which means that, okay, in the past 7 years, these two countries have split. Okay. Because in the last case, they were Cohdopian together.
After a period of civil unrest, the country split in two, though signs of their past remain. For example, their flags preserve the flower and butterfly motifs to this day.
Cohdopian, huh? Yeah, this guy.
The KG-8 incident, and what was referred to as the second KG-8 incident, in which an embassy staff member was murdered. Both of these cases related to the Principality of Cohdopian. In the 7 years that I've passed...
Oh, I'm past. Sorry guys, I'm dead.
The country may have split into two. However, the Yatagarasu still sent a calling card here,
And two of them. Sent a white one and a black one.
what could it mean?
Mr. Edgeworth, I know you're thinking about something.
Excuse me, what were we talking about again?
F.
If you could please stop spacing out on me. Anyway, we're talking about the Allebahst versus Babahl Goodwill Jubilee. The two countries have had a pretty bad relationship with each other.
Weren't you there when you got shot? Anyway.
But supposedly they've been trying really hard to make up recently. That's why they decided to hold this event.
If that's the case, then why the versus?
Yeah, I thought the same thing. Why are they versus?
Also, both countries claim to own the real Prima Duck statue.
Prima Ducks or Prima Dough? I think it's Prima Dough.
To aim to own the real Prima Dough statue, a natural treasure to both.
Unless it's been split in two. Like, in 1-5, when Edgeworth took half of it, and then Damon Gantz stabbed someone with the other half.
They're planning to have them publicly evaluated to see which one's the real deal.
I think it's going to be they're both real, and it's just they've done it in two parts. Like one side took the butterfly and the other one took the flower. I think that's what it's going to be. Alright, meeting.
Get the body out of your mouth, Mr. Edgeworth.
I need to remind you to take care and not succumb to your thieving desires.
But when it comes to treasure, I can't help myself. You know that, right?
You'd better be saying that in jest.
I can read your body language, you know. And you've got it all wrong. I'm here to do some investigating, and not to steal any of the Steel Samurai posters or the Jammin' Ninja costume. Though I probably would do that.
Maybe the real treasure's the friends we made along the way. Knowing this game, that's probably gonna how it's end up. That's not how I was meant to say. That's probably how it's going to turn out. There we go.
Although if we know if the Yatagarasu will merely make an appearance, I suppose we should still spend some time examining this place.
Cool. Whee! This woman, who are you? You're someone.
And we're here reporting live from the Theatrum Neutralis.
Wow, the Neutral Theatre. That's a very great name.
As you can see, tonight's audience is full of enthusiasm. Let's see what this member of the audience has to say.
Well, that was good. Let's do one more run through.
Are you ready to film for real? Would you mind giving me a call?
Aw.
As in she didn't hear a single word I just said.
Oh no. She's back.
There's a flat panel, a tape deck, and a row of Steel Samurai videos on the table. I suppose it's so visitors can watch an episode or two at their leisure.
I guess it really is just that popular, huh?
Yes, although I never thought I'd see it reach this level of popularity. I wonder why they decided on call on the Steel Samurai for an event like this.
I don't know. Because it just is?
I mean, it's like they intended to cut the two countries apart with the Steel Samurai and sword instead.
Well, wouldn't that go against the whole point of this event?
Okay, cool. Hi.
We're in Tarnation, aren't they? Come on, big scoop. Mr. Out of the way, I'm talking to you.
Hello, Lotta. How you doing?
I seem to remember this woman from somewhere. Yet my instincts are directing me not to engage in conversation. Perhaps it would be best if I left her alone.
Big flowers.
These flowers were sent by Global Studios.
Global Studios?
That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. It's also where I met Oldbag, so... They've been producing hit after hit recently, so the studio's being remodeled.
I read about that in the papers. The mascot of theirs is also getting a facelift too. What's its name?
You mean Mrs. Monkey?
Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory.
Never underestimate my powers of recollection.
Okay, cool. This guy.
There's something I can help you with.
I was wondering, what's beyond the doors?
Well, the Babahlese embassy is just beyond the door, sir. Do you have some business? Do you require immediate access?
No, that's quite alright.
You sure? Anyone and everyone's always welcome in the Republic of Babahl.
Well, since we're here...
An embassy isn't some sort of theme park, Kate. That was case number 3.
Also, apparently I missed an achievement in case number 3. Because apparently you could see Phoenix and Pearl in case number 3 if you looked just in the right place. Which I'm slightly annoyed at, because I missed that.
You're such a buzzkill.
Okay, cool. Flags!
The national flag of the Republic of Babahl is on display here. The crest on it features a butterfly. Really rare to see a national flag featuring an animal.
It's really rare to see a national flag featuring an animal on it.
Well, not really. I can list a few.
Well, are there any flags with really chic things on them?
Yeah. I knew he was there, I just didn't know which case it was, and I'm really annoyed. I'm really annoyed that I missed it, because I thought it was in the second investigations game, not the first one, and it was me going, no! Aw, dang.
Although by my definition, there aren't really any things that feature a chic object.
Well, that's too bad, because if there was, I was thinking about stealing it.
Don't steal flags.
What exactly would you do with a stolen national flag?
Okay. You don't really, I don't really need to talk to you. Who are you?
This is the perfect angle. Go, my image, travel across the wave world into every TV set around the globe. A more honest approach to appearing on TV might serve your ambitions better.
Extraterritorial rights! Yeah, it's this one. Oh yeah, it's this case.
There are pamphlets about the two embassies here on this table.
Babahl, Allebahst. Yeah, okay, I am right. It's two halves of a building and then the neutral area there.
The country split into two a few years back.
Yeah, it would have been 7 years.
And they've shared the building and its grounds 50-50 ever since.
I guess it's because they don't have the money to build two separate ones.
I should think that's not the reason why, Kay. I suppose I'll just help myself to one of these.
Embassy guide. Okay, cool. Oh, humana.
What's all this hubbub?
Hey look, it's the Zeal Samurai! He's got his son, the Iron Infant, with him.
I forgot that, like, they made him a father in this case for no reason. Who are you? Oh, okay. Okay, fast talking. Oh, hi, how you doing, this guy? Yeah, sharing a building with a rival country is a choice. It's like North Korea and South Korea sharing a building, which I don't think we would do. Just your samurai.
Mr. Edward, what are you glaring at him?
Please excuse me, I've never seen a superhero up close before.
To Mr. Edgeworth, Steel Samurai Daddy, something married man of Neo Old Tokyo is what it says. The offspring, they have the same metal skin as, yeah, because the pink princess also has metal skin, which is a choice.
It looks like he's written something down for you.
I recognize his handwriting. It's Phoenix Wright. To Edgeworth from the Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Old Tokyo.
An autograph. Pretty cool you got one, Mr. Edgeworth. Is it Will?
Please tell me it's Will Powers. I want him back. He's really chill. I love Will Powers. Huh. Okay, cool. That guy.
Ambassador Alba is waiting for you.
And now the Steel Samurai will proceed to enter the Kingdom of Allebahst to shake the hand of the ambassador. The Steel Samurai isn't the only hero of the two countries tonight, but rather can be thought of as a goodwill ambassador from our own country as well. Please be Dade Man. I think he's dead, so unfortunately, I hope it's Dade Man. It'd be really funny. Oh yes, 7 years later, the victim comes back. It's Dade Man, and he's no longer a Dade Man. Anyway.
He really does seem like a goodwill ambassador, doesn't he?
Yeah, Steel Samurai Daddy. Anyway.
What's your next segment? Cue camera.
In just a few seconds, the Gem and Ninja stage show is set to begin. Oh, so this does take place before the finale of, game number 2, because at the end of game number 2, the guy who plays him dies. Unless he's a different guy, in which then it might take place after 3. After the show, the Gem and Ninja will enter the Republic of Babahl. He's set to meet up with the Ambassador of Babahl at that time.
The Gem and Ninja show is about to start. We get back to our seats.
Regrettably, I don't have much of an interest in ninjas, but
This show will change your mind. I mean, I sat with you through the whole Steel Samurai thing, and I'm not really into, like, the Steel Samurai Daddy. But, like, I'm into ninjas! Come on! Even a second, I will never forgive you.
I suppose you're not about to give me much of a choice here, are you, Kay?
Cool.
I could listen to that A Ninja Marked with Death's lullaby song all day. The superb playing and that sad melody really brought a tear to my eye. And his heart-wrenching voice, now that is the Jammer Ninja's greatest weapon. Those pieces of Jammer Ninja merchandise over there, oh my god, I've got to have them. Especially the hair sticks they're selling exclusively at these shows. I wonder whether that's going to be the weapon, guys.
If the Steel Samurai was a thief, would he be called the Steel Samurai? Yeah. I mean, yeah. Quotes Gokaiger at this point. Or Lupat, because that's the whole theme about when they're all thieves.
Anyway, hold it right there, Mr. Edgeworth. Hold it.
Yes?
You're thinking of going home.
Well, it doesn't seem likely the Yatagarasu will be making an appearance tonight. Most likely, it was simply a prank.
No, wait, I know the Yatagarasu is going to show.
But I thought you said that the Yatagarasu doesn't send calling cards.
Yeah, I did, but like, Calisto Yew?
I figured from the beginning this would wind up being a wild goose chase.
But that card she sent was a genuine fake calling card.
A genuine fake?
Well, how can I word this? The Yatagarasu's on the calling card is exactly the same as my mark. Get it now?
You've got a problem!
Oh, who's dead? Who's dead? Who's dead?
The Yatagarasu's been spotted in Allebahst!
What?
You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? So you finally decide to show yourself, you phony? Ha, Edgeworth, fucking told ya. Bye! Hey, what gives?
I need to search you.
What? Hey, the Steel Samurai just walked in. If you don't hurry up and let me through, the phony's going to escape.
Edgeworth?
Okay, a country's embassy is considered to be part of the country itself. If you don't go through the proper procedures to enter that country.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm going to enter through Babahl and climb over the wall into Allebahst.
You would tell a prosecutor straight out that you intend to illegally enter another country. Okay, you listening?
Hey, Faraday, and I'm coming through.
Yes, and welcome!
Someone stop anyone!
Open air stage. That is a very good safety sign. Sorry, safety starts here, and then all of these things. Yeah, hazards should be in yellow, thingy should be in red. That's a good safety sign. That's a very good safety sign.
Okay, where are you? What is that? Don't tell me you really did find some way over the fence.
Fire! This is too big for us to handle! I thought the Yatagarasu came to Babahl too!
Oh. Fire! Everything's on fire!
You accursed Yatagarasu! Kay! You'd better be alright wherever you are.
So this is where it caught. This is where the intro came from, because it was just K, you. Oh, it's Gumshoe and Sheena. They're back.
I told you it wasn't me.
Hold it!
Hold it.
Oh, hi, Gumshoe.
Kay, are you alright?
Do I look alright to you? Now, can you do something about this woman?
Mr. Edgeworth. Detective Gumshoe, what's the meaning? Well, it's up this.
Oh, Manny Cochin. And he was killed. Was he killed with the Yatagarasu's key again? I swear. Oh no, there's an actual knife this time. Fire? No, mother, it's just the Northern Lights. Aurora Borealis. At this time of day, all this night in your kitchen. Yes.
It wasn't me. He was already dead when I ran in here, hot on the heels of the fake Yatagarasu.
I love the fact that the fireplace looks like it has a mustache, and I can't unsee that. Big ass safe. At least that one didn't catch fire.
I only came in here because I saw a suspicious person at the open air stage.
A suspicious person?
Well, Manny. a long black coat and a hood. I dare you tell me that's not suspicious. When I saw that person, I immediately thought they'd be the fake Yatagarasu.
It was just gumshoe. You saw the wrong colour.
I chased after them into the embassy and then in here, and then lost sight of them. But I know that person is the one who did it.
What are you so worked up over? There's no reason for you to be this loud.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you're Agent Lang's secretary, right? Sheena, I believe your name is. And if you are making an arrest, I assume you have the evidence that it was Kay who committed the crime.
I mean, she did straight up tell me that she was the Yatagarasu. She did just tell both me and Lang she was the Yatagarasu about 5 times during case 3, so I thought it was a very good piece of evidence to suggest that he was gonna die. Not he was gonna die, Lang's dead, sorry. Aurora Borealis in this time of day, at this part of the country, localized entirely— I don't know where I went to Yorkshire there. Localized entirely within your embassy?
Yes! Callisto pops out from behind the statue. Yes! I did it! Oh, wait, no. You refuse to answer.
Ooh, red eyes, hell yeah. I don't need to answer. You are merely a prosecutor in this country, meaning you have no investigative authority.
What the hell do you say? What? What the heck does what? Hey, what the heck does what you just said mean? What happened here is under Mr. Edgeworth's jurisdiction. The end. And seeing how this building is sitting on our soil, we can investigate wherever we'd like. Unfortunately, Detective, embassies are a different matter. Huh? This office is considered to be part of the Republic of Babahl. Which means that everything that happens in here defaults to the control of the Babalese government and Babalese law, giving them exclusive extraterritorial rights, which won't come up, it will come up like 50 times throughout this game. Who's ready? It's time for some extraterritorial rights. Woohoo! Anyway. Extraterritorial rights? No, extraterrestrial rights? Do you really believe the truth is out there? No, that seems more like a latent thing. Our country's laws do not apply inside the embassy of another country. That's what was agreed to by our respective governments. Our authority to investigate was effectively nullified the second we entered this place. Which means we can do little here in this situation. No way, sir.
Please leave this matter in the Interpol's hands and go home.
Ah, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're not Mr. Edgeworth.
Please be Lang. Who's this? Please be Lang. Yeah, Francisca! Allow me to enjoy your investigation.
Eek.
Hello, Francisca. Ambassador Paleno, I truly appreciate you allowing me to join the investigation. Francisca!
Does that mean you can do drugs inside the embassy if the original country allows it?
Maybe.
It's really nothing. Money was my secretariat, so of course I want to help you as much as I can.
Yeah, that's where I'm going. That's where I'm going. I'm writing his voice down. Well, I guess Manny Cochin doesn't need a voice anymore. Cool. That's great. There we go. There we go. That's his voice. Got him. Cool. We got him.
In fact, it's a blessing that Interpol agents were able to make it so quickly.
Francisca.
Well, I never imagined I'd meet you here of all places. This is an embassy, meaning you have no authority to conduct.
Hold it.
Already? What is it?
Ambassador Paleno.
And you are?
I'm Mars Edgeworth. I'm a public prosecutor. I ask that you please allow me to investigate this case as Miss Von Karma's assistant.
Assistant, sir?
What is that sprite there?
What the hell do you think you're...
Please, I implore you, Ambassador Paleno.
Very well, I'll be counting on the two of you, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth.
So, I love the fact he's going, no, I'm your assistant now. This is what Kay did to me. You have to learn now. This is your thing.
What do you mean by you'll be Miss Von Karma's assistant?
I don't exactly do I have a choice, do I, detective? If I don't become Franziska's assistant, I cannot participate in the investigation.
But there you go again, running at the mouth with that aloof expression on your face.
Franziska, please.
I don't know what you're planning quite yet. But at least I know one thing. You are now my subordinate. This is all what I always wanted. Remember, my whip is always ready to wake you, should you have a brain lapse.
I mean, Franziska and Phoenix was a great pairing during the, during 3-5, so I'm excited to have her as an assistant again.
Of course, I'll keep that in mind.
If you're done playing games, let's begin the investigation then. Begin investigation! At least it's early we're beginning the investigation. By the way, detective, I suppose it's a bit late to be asking, but why are you here?
Well, better late than never, I guess, sir. I was placed on guard duty for Babylon's embassy today.
And why are our police guarding an embassy?
Well, on account of the card they got from the Yatagarasu. They called us up and asked for our help since we know about the Yatagarasu. Oh, and because we've been searching for the Yatagarasu this past 7 years, obviously, it was a more or less mutually beneficial arrangement, but, you know, except for how mutually unbeneficial this has all turned out to be, I suppose. It looks like you failed to competently perform your guard duty yet again. Please don't cut my salary. Also, love the fact that Sheena has still got Kay in the arresting position there. Look forward to your next salary negotiation. Well, it's out of my hands. If it gets cut anymore, I won't even be able to buy instant noodles. Aww. It's bagel time. I've got a bagel. I'm just gonna eat the bagel while the ads play. This is the best way to enjoy my lunch. And I will continue to, whenever I eat something, to continue with the get the body out of your mouth jokes. You know, the butterfly. It's similar to the Republic of Babahl. Okay. A drawing this big on the wall of the embassy. Definitely conveys a sense of overwhelming patriotism. I've got that too. Gumshoe. Stop eating Manny Coachin. I get that he was an overall shitty guy in, like, the other case, but, like, no. The reason I became a cop in the first place because I wanted to protect our country. You may want to, however, I've yet to see the fruits of your desire. Don't have to be so blunt about it, sir. This thing. Because this is a national treasure, can I ask you please not touch it? I'm afraid the only ones allowed to touch it are myself and the Secretariat.
There's a possibility it's related to the murder. Mr. Edgeworth, why don't we give it up for now? We can force him to let us investigate it later when we find some solid proof. I suppose I don't have a choice here. This must be one of the prima dose statues Kay was talking about earlier. I'm assuming the other one's gonna have, like, something else instead of the sword. Does this man look like they're still samurai? They could be twins. Knives! Let's do something on this display rack. Knives, huh? Well, the blades that remain of them, unfortunately. If the handles all got burnt off by the fire.
So even the knives fell victim to the fire.
Are these knives yours?
They are, actually. They're a special set of ornamental knives featuring the national symbol of Babahl. These butterfly-themed knives, along with Allebast's own set of knives, are comprised of 3 each, but I can't believe the Babahlese ones have been reduced to this state.
Ornamental knives, huh? There's a small release on the tang of this blade. What's this notch here for?
Oh, it's a feature of these knives where you can freely exchange the handles. And we can change how they look to fit the situation.
So these knives were constructed so the handles could be removed. And we've got like a knife down there with an ornamental handle, so... Sorry, this is the fun food section.
Our victim was the secretariat of this embassy, I take it.
Manny Cochin. I heard he was an admirable person. Very admirable. The cause of death is a stab to the base of his neck. He was lax in watching his back. We were fortunate if I missed our victim's body for the most part. As if I had burned a bit longer, would have made it identifying him a hassle. He was stabbed in a raging fire, so the fire was probably a distraction, right? What in the world happened? I won't rest on his sperm. Okay, cool. Big knife. Is the knife the murder weapon? I'm assuming so, considering it's covered in blood. Some preliminary testing has been covered. According to the results, the blood on that matches the victim's. The blade's shape was also found to be consistent with the stab wound. I suppose this means we now know the crime was committed with the knife.
This knife's got some really fancy ornamentation going on it, sir. I think practically screams artsy.
What, the blood or the handle?
Although it's also covered in blood, just like the last thing I said it was artsy.
The handle is pristine, there's not even a single drop. So they replaced the handle, because they said they could replace the handle on the knife. I believe here's a butterfly motif. Okay, cool. So, the Yatagarasu? There appears to be something in his pocket. Oh, it's the Yatagarasu key. It can't be. Isn't this the Yatagarasu's key that was stolen 7 years ago? Can we check the handle, though? Just to make sure it's not the knife.
Oh! You see the case where I was framed, sir?
It's a piece of evidence that stole the life of Kay's father 7 years ago, which was then stolen by Calisto Yew.
What? Mr. Faraday was killed with this key, sir.
I thought he was killed with a knot. Ow! Scruffy, at the very least, try to remember the details of crimes you were a suspect in.
It was 7 years ago. As Francisca, as you will recall, Detective Gumshoe was not present when Miss Yew made her escape. Plus, even among law enforcement, only a few knew of the key's existence. I doubt a new rookie at the time would have made privy to such knowledge. Why would they need to change the handle? I don't know. Maybe because... I don't know. Maybe because of the fact that they were killed with one of the Allebahst knives and not one of the Babahlese knives. That's what I thought it was going to be. I think he's been killed because the knives both have interchangeable handles. I'm assuming both this one and the Allebahst knives have interchangeable handles. That he was killed with an Allebahst knife and one of the Babahlese ones was stolen in order to, one of the Babahlese knives was stolen in order to make it look like he'd been stabbed with one of the knives in that room. Whereas I think he was killed maybe somewhere else, and then they planted the handle. That's what I thought, anyway. I don't know whether that's right, but we'll find out. We're like the victim right now.
Suppose I'll have to fill you in now. Either that or he was killed literally with the Yatagarasu's key again. The secret to this key is it's a knife. Oh, it is.
That's amazing, sir. It's like some kind of magic trick.
Okay, so it's not got blood on it. Has it? I knew it. This is the same exact piece of evidence Miss Yew took with her. It's also got the flower of Allebahst on it. I remember this beautiful pattern in the blade. I remember it well. It's a vine motif.
Looks like two interwoven vines crisscrossing down the blade. Vines, sir? I think it looks like a bunch of stars, if you ask me. One of those six-sided stars, like the police mark on our IDs. Oh. I don't really think you could call them stars. To say the detective's art sense is underdeveloped would be an understatement.
Yeah, finally an actual keyblade.
The real question is, why was the Babahlese embassy secretariat holding this?
Well, we don't know how Mr. Cochin came to possess the key. We do know this was stolen by the Yatagarasu from the Cohdopian embassy.
That's right. Mr. Faraday had that fact written down as organizer.
I'm assuming that Callisto stole it and planted it on him. But then again, her and Manny were pretty, like, chummy in the other case.
I believe this means that further research is required into the country of Cohdopia.
Why don't you ask Ambassador Palino about what he knows? Supposedly he was a candidate to be the next Cohdopian ambassador once long ago. He should be able to answer any specific questions you may have.
Blood. It's a knife wound.
It's obvious what he was killed with, but I wonder if it's consistent with the wound. Indeed.
Where do I know him from?
The last case. Anything else we can tap, I think? I think we can use logic on the butterfly pattern, though.
Yeah, I'm assuming it's gonna be an Allebahst knife, actually. I still believe it's an Allebahst knife.
The design on the knife's handle greatly resembles the special Babahlese species of butterfly.
It does, plus it says right here.
Oh. What was that? Oh, I was supposed to get history there.
This knife is property of the Republic of Babahl.
Perhaps this means the knife was used.
Okay, cool. Ah! Extraterritorial rights say it's illegal to stab people in this embassy. What else have we got? Okay, can you let go of her now? Okay, you alright?
You believe me, don't you, Mr. HOS? You don't think I did it, right?
Of course I don't, and I promise to prove it wasn't you.
That's enough chit-chat. You can investigate all you like, but it's only a matter before we take her in. It would be wise of you to give up while you can.
I don't think so. Kay isn't lying, and my investigation will prove that to be true.
Go ahead and try if you're that confident.
I can't allow this to continue. I must prove her innocence post-haste. Safe? A small personal safe.
Is this just Mr. Cochin's office? Perhaps he stored his more important documents in here.
Of course it's locked. We won't be able to open it without the key.
Why can't we look at this?
That's some fireplace. You know, it really gives the place like a mansion-like quality, don't you think? These are a staple in every Babahlese house, and I bet Santa Claus pays them a visit too.
How old are you? Aren't you older than me? Yeah, isn't he like 32? What have we got now? Prosecutor's badge, embassy guide. What have we got? Okay, it's just that. Oh no! They each also possess a set of 3 finely crafted knives. That's why I think it's the, I think they used an Allebahst knife and then put a Babahl handle on it. He produced a very luxurious Cohdopian paper, which is renowned for its high quality. The sole producer of Babahlese ink, which is made from wick crystal. It's also known to generously offer coupons. Okay. Okay, so I can't, like... Okay, it's just a photo of this one. I can't really rotate it. Cause of death, single stab wound to the base of the neck. The body wasn't burnt by the fire. Knife! The butterfly.
There's a lot of skilled detailing on this handle. Would appear this handle on this knife is removable. Guess so people can change them whenever they feel like it. Sounds like fun. I don't think people would remove the handle just for fun, detective. So this is what took Mr. Cochin's life. Some of his blood's still on the blade. I've been a detective for 7 years already. I've seen a lot of weapons in my days, but knives that we used to kill are always the hardest. Unlike guns, this is one weapon where you're likely to find the victim's blood. Just like this one's practically drenched in it.
Looks like the blood managed to miss the handle. Yeah, I think it was a replaceable handle. Okay. Cool. The Yatagarasu, yeah. It's got an Allebahst symbol on it, I only just realized, because it's got the... Oh. Keep forgetting to rotate. Is this not something I can click? Because that's the Allebahst symbol on it. Because of the fact that it's the same symbol on the flower. Unless that was more of just a Cohdopian knife. Okay, anyway.
Those shelves are lined with American souvenirs and memorabilia.
Really strange. But this is the Babahlese embassy.
Why are there so many American souvenirs?
Perhaps the Babahlese are studying American culture and the tourism industry. They have plans to make the Babahlese tourism industry truly flourish, then they would need to observe and study other countries' methods.
Speaking of tourism, I got these from the blonde guy earlier. Said if I bring these for me to Babahl, I can trade them in for a few buffets. How do you expect to travel? But the whole world is connected by the ocean, sir. And for an all-you-can-eat buffet, I'd swim all the way to Babahl if I had to.
Can a few simple coupons really motivate people to do such fantastic things? Okay.
Looks like this was once a magnificent grain while the clock has fallen victim to the fire.
Mr. Edgewood, is it okay for me to talk about the clocks in my house? They're not related, I hope you will refrain from sharing, but... This is one clock that... Okay, that's quite enough. This guy.
I cannot believe Manny fell among thieves tonight. Without him, I have no idea what my schedule for the night is.
He sounds like Barney. I don't know where I gave Barney. I mean, food is a very good motivation to visit another country. Yeah, absolutely.
Ambassador Palano, I believe your schedule tonight will consist of listening to reports from the police. That and only that. I ask you to cooperate, not only for your own sake, but for Mr. Cochin's as well. You're a rather strong man, aren't you? How fascinating! I know it isn't much, but I'd like you to have these. I'm sorry, but it would be against my principles to accept a bribe. Oh no, these are simply coupons we distribute to promote Babahl. We offer a large number of discounts and offers when you visit lovely Babahl.
I remember the Republic of Babahl is known for its feverish tourism industry. Manny Cochin.
I was wondering if you might tell me a bit about the deceased Manny Cochin. He was my secretary in the embassy secretariat. He was charged with running the whole place.
Okay, cool.
He was an admirable man, whose death is a great loss to our country. He was in charge of everything, accounting, printing, taking care of treasures.
I'm sorry, but did you say printing?
Our country's primary source of revenue is our tourism. So in order to print the necessary pamphlets, flyers, coupons, we have a printing press here at our embassy.
I see. Please excuse my forwardness, however, I feel like I should mention I've this distinct impression I've met him before.
Oh yes, since you're of the legal profession, I suppose you might have. Manny was involved in KG8. KG8? The defendant who was found innocent was Manny.
Yeah, this guy. So you're Mr. Cochin's the same man as the one in that case. Could you not tell?
It's been 10 years.
I don't trust this guy, his sprite moves too much. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. His sprite moves way too much.
Manny received personally from the case and drove enthusiastically into the job. Barney! He was the one who planned the event, who was to oversee the embassy's renovations. It really is a shame. He had such a bright future ahead of him.
What exactly did you mean earlier by renovations?
Well, we can't have tourists and visitors to our embassy. We could think we're a poor nation. So renovating the embassy is something of an investment. We have a rather paltry budget, but we're trying our best. However, I guess the only person who could have helped us is no longer with us.
Damn. Yeah, why is he sweating so much?
Ambassador Palino, I'm wondering if I may ask you about Cohdopian. Alright, what would you like to talk about?
I'd like to ask you about the key.
What about the key?
I found it sticking out of Mr. Cochin's pocket. I believed it originally belonged to the embassy, is that correct?
Upon closer inspection, it seems the key is shaped like a butterfly.
That's not all about this key.
It's also capable of changing into a knife. Is nobody... Well, I'm assuming, yeah, it's a Cohdopian knife in general, because it's got the alabast flower, and it has the butterfly, like, theme. It's a butterfly knife.
Oh, how fascinating.
Is it possible the ambassador didn't know about the existence of this key? And why is he being so sarcastic with me?
If in its knife form there's a flower mark at the base of the blade. I guess the knife might be of one when we used to be part of Cohdopia.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
He has both of Cohdopia's national symbols, the butterfly and the flower. I suppose Manny used this key when we were still Cohdopia.
Ambassador Pelenos, this key was stolen from the Cohdopian embassy 7 years ago by Calisto Yew, otherwise known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu.
Really?
You were not aware that Miss Yew had broken into the embassy at the time?
I'm sorry I can't be of much help. I'm not familiar with the details. I only became the ambassador after Babahl became its own independent nation. But if Manny were still alive, he would probably know what happened.
Yeah. Mr. Coach and Miss Yew did know each other 7 years ago, but that doesn't explain why I found the Yatagarasu's key here. Okay, cool. What if I present the knife to him?
Oh dear. If people would have found out a murder occurred at our embassy, the number of tourists would plummet. What are we going to do?
Maybe I should refrain from bringing it up. Okay, what about the Prima Duck statue?
This statue resembled the hero, the Steel Samurai. I was thinking, what would you think to changing its name to the Steel Samurai? It might attract a few more tourists to the country.
I mean, it would be better if it was gold, right, though? I'm not sure what to think. I thought this thing was a national treasure. Okay. I think I'm gonna do some logic. Yeah, okay, I'm right. So probably, maybe he wrestled it off her. Maybe it wasn't the Yatagarasu's key at all, but it was a key to an embassy. And so the Yatagarasu stole it and joked that it was their key.
We know for a fact the Yatagarasu's key was known at the embassy. Furthermore, we found it in the victim, Mr. Cochin's pocket.
Which leads me to think it's perhaps the key to the personal safe in the office.
Good thinking, sir. Let's try it out.
Okay, cool. It appears I was correct. The key that was left to us in the victim's pocket turned out to be the key to the next piece of the truth. What do we have here?
There's nothing inside. What do you think the Yatagarasu made off with everything?
No, I believe all we need is a closer look. I'm assuming there's something at the back. Because it looks like there's a compartment in the back that can be opened somehow. Also, I'm glad that, like, we just straight up opened it, which is good.
What is this here? Looks like the ripped corner of a piece of paper.
I don't think it's ripped. It seems like more to me like it's stuck in the safe.
Won't budge an inch.
I don't think I've ever seen paper stuck on the inside of a safe. I'm assuming there's another safe, maybe on the other side of the wall? Maybe there's another safe on the other side of the wall, and so that's how you open this side.
I think you have it backwards. It's not the paper, it's the safe.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
The safe has two compartments. Even just eyeballing it, you can tell the inside's a bit too shallow. Furthermore, with the unnatural way the paper is stuck, I'd say there's an extra bit of space behind the back wall of the safe. In other words, the safe has a second compartment.
What?
Could you not see that from just that? Okay. I suppose you are correct in asserting the paper is stuck in an unnatural matter. However, what you say is correct, and there's a second compartment. How do we go about opening the door to that? As you can see, there's no other lock or keyhole. Actually, there is one more spot of interest. I believe that spot is the keyhole. Tell me how you deduced your answer. Okay, I will. I'm assuming it's the it looks like there's a larger hole.
Yeah, I think it is. It's gonna be the because I don't think the lock would go all the way. Why is there a larger hole? The key, right? Or the knife or whatever.
Doesn't the shape of this keyhole remind you of something, Francisca?
The shape, it does look familiar. I believe it's simply a latch hole for the safe's lock mechanism. No! It's just for keeping the door shut and nothing more. What?
Is that so? The person who used this safe, Mr. Cochin, made sure this safe had 2 compartments in order to hide something. And that's the only keyhole, so... Do you think that something like that would allow the keyhole to the hidden half to look so obviously like a keyhole that even the average person could figure it out?
You can't be serious. Are you saying this hole is the keyhole to the hidden compartment of this safe? Yes! Please tell me this is not going to be the ongoing thing of, like, it's the key, it's the key, it's a key to a safe, but it's also a knife, but it's also Allebahst, but it's also Cohdopian, but it's also from the Yatagarasu. Everyone's the Yatagarasu. I'm the Yatagarasu. Inside that thing is a second apart. Kill me, please. Anyway.
That's precisely what I'm saying.
Why are you... Like, why are you going against me when I'm literally saying that we should test it out and if I'm right, then we get in? This is stupid. This is absolutely stupid.
I will prove to you right now that the Yatagarasu's key is the key that will open this.
Why are you objecting to that? The Yatagarasu's key? Why are you objecting to this? This is a bit to be a very bad joke. Why? The Yatagarasu's key gets into the safe. Why is she objecting me at this point? Because of the fact that, like, it's the key knife. Yeah, I'm assuming the key opens the first bit and the knife opens the other. Which makes a lot of sense, right? Or the key opens one thing and another key opens the other thing. It's stupid. But, like, Francisca, why are you objecting to me when we know this is the right answer? Why are you objecting me? Because of the fact that if I'm correct, we get there faster.
This is no joke. The Yatagarasu's key is the very key that will open the second compartment of the safe. Please tell me this conversation does not go on further.
We know this key opens the first compartment of the safe, but the keyhole you're talking about is of an entirely different shape. The fucking knife.
Let's go over this again, shall we? The Yatagarasu's key was originally made to open Mr. Cochin's safe in the embassy. We confirmed that as fact by opening the door. Let's take a look at the back end, looking at the knife portion. What do you see? What are you talking? Ah!
Oh my god, this is so... Why is it too... Why is this bit so long? This conversation doesn't need to happen. This conversation really just doesn't need to happen. I understand why people don't like this... Yeah, I really kind of understand as to why people don't like this case, because apparently it has a load of conversations like this, where it's randomly, like, the duration of the game is just prolonged by people going, the key, the knife, the safe, the knife, the key, the safe, the knife, the key, the safe, the knife, the fucking Yatagarasu bullshit. Anyway,
because you've come to understand what I'm talking about. When viewed head-on, the knife's blade is the exact same shape as the keyhole, yes. The real function of the knife portion is to act as the key to the hidden portion of the safe. Please tell me this is the end of it.
That's preposterous. Francisca, stop it.
Because it looks like a knife and was then one to kill Mr. Faraday. We fell into the misconception it was always just meant to be a knife. But for both the safe and its key to conceal such clever tricks.
She's in this game, but she's in this whole game. She's in the last case. It's going to be fine, but Francisca, you don't need to prolong this. We're your assistant at this point. We will be traveling together. This is stupid.
For both the safe and its key to conceal such clever tricks. Whatever's hidden inside the secret section must be of incredible importance.
Then it's even possible what I've been searching for is inside. Yes! Hurry up and open the safe. Why are you whipping him? There's your stupid pieces.
There.
Bunch of funny shaped things. You're in the way, now move.
I don't think I was in the way.
These pieces of art. The identical to ones have been stolen from various countries.
I figured as much. These are the treasures this section of the safe was supposed to hide from view. I believe a more thorough examination is required.
Is this going to be from the first case? The people who are selling counterfeit art?
This is the document that we thought was struck earlier. I wonder what it's about. Wait, me, sir. Why don't we take a look at it first before we give up, detective?
I can't read that.
Mr. Coachen's name is written here on the last page. I wonder what the significance of this document is. Can someone read this? Much like in the first case, can someone read wingdings, please? These are pieces of stolen art from around the world. I wonder how much they're worth, especially this one. Ike!
Don't touch those valuable pieces of art with your filthy hands. Do you have any idea what would happen to you if one of them were to break?
It's just me, or did she hit one of those pieces of art just now? Okay, so that's it. That's all they wanted us to go for. To build this sort of trick into one safe is really something. It's not how this safe has 2 compartments, but what's really impressive is that at the other end of the key was another key. Please stop bloody talking. Wonder Mr. Coachin was just paranoid if he had secrets of that to great value. Greater value, yeah. Okay. Speaking of paranoid, I went sharpen both ends of my pencil. Gumshoe, mate, love. When I went to erase something, I got all paranoid I was going to stab myself. Please refrain from dispensing your special brand of unrelated stories while on duty, Gumshoe. Yes, sir. Oh my god. You know, so words do pipes, this genuinely would be a better case. Because we found the key of the Yatagarasu. No, Miss Yew stole 7 years ago. Since it was originally from this embassy, maybe she came back to return it. I don't think she's the type to be so kind to do such a thing. I'm assuming she stole the key, and then she deliberately went here to steal all the stuff, but she forgot about the second compartment. What do you think, sir? Calisto Yew. Why is she here? What reason did she steal the key? Oh, she's gone. She's a ghost. Boopity beppo. I think that's it. I don't think there's anything we can do logic on either, so. Cool. If more stuff have a compartments. Hello, guy.
It's still conducting its investigation.
I'm a subordinate.
Don't let anyone near the site. Don't get examined, my superior get really angry.
Cool. You know, Mr. Intro, I feel really bad for the guy, so why do we do what he says? Suppose we might as well. What's this? Oh, I'm assuming it's a table. I just want to investigate the desk. And I'm assuming it's going to lock off this area because it's going to be like, how did they leave? It's either going to be out of the window or because of the fact that the safe is an extra compartment. It's going to be like, oh my god, the fireplace also has another compartment because of the key. So the key was actually the key for the fireplace all along. And it's like, it's going to be one of those sort of bullshit type things. That's it, right?
Marge Edgeworth, let me tell you something. You're currently my subordinate. And if you wish to convince everyone else of that, you will speak to me with respect.
Okay. What's with the giddy glint in her eyes?
I'm younger than you and I finally get to do this.
I don't think that really be necessary, Franziska.
Really? Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change the fact you're still under me.
Well, Franziska was flying around in pursuit of the smuggling case. But clearly she's just doing the smugging case instead. Okay. Why is she here at this embassy? Franziska's return. Okay, so we have something else that we need to logic.
The murder. I was investigating at the Allebahst and Embassy when I got wind of this mess.
That's right, the Yatagarasu was due to appear at the embassy as well.
But the difference is we didn't have a fire over there. So there was an incident at the Allabastian Embassy, but I left Agent Lang in charge of that case and came over to the Babahlese Embassy.
Okay, so Agent Lang is here, huh?
I see you've met. Well, he's in the Allabastian Embassy acting as a bodyguard for Ambassador Alba.
So I'm assuming the Allebahst, yeah. Paulino is the Babahlese guy, and the other guy is the other guy. Okay, so what have we got for Calisto Paulino? Oh, because it's, yeah, okay. Wow, I wonder what his name is a reference to, because Cohdopian is literally the name of his thing. And Cohdopalai, yeah. Kalaipal, yeah, definitely, that's the reference. She's 19 here. 31, 32, yeah, he's to Calisto Yew, who's chilling over here. Then Faraday, deceased. Sheena, question mark. Like, she's the only one with red eyes, but they could just be contacts for all we know. I'm still terrified why Callisto's here. Twitch just gave me an ad for French perfume. Bro, I just got a Steam Deck. I'll be having ice soup until I find a new job. That's great. Anyway. Steam Deck. What's that? A cruise ship? Anyway, that's one of my weird things that I've been stuck in my head. The suspect in the murder is that little girl. Is she perhaps trying to be the Yatagarasu?
Kai would never harm a soul, sir.
I mean, she did literally claim to be the Yatagarasu in front of basically all of Interpol. Okay.
You remember about the case we investigated together 7 years ago? That girl is the daughter of the victim, Mr. Faraday.
So she's that feisty little girl who kicked you in the balls twice last case?
Kay's been on the trial of the Yatagarasu, which is how she ended up here, looking for the one who took her father's life.
I see.
Kai's trying so hard, but the Yatagarasu keeps tricking us. How so? Well, they sent a card saying I'll be there to steal your dirtiest secret.
Okay, they're gonna steal a dirty secret.
But all we've had is arson and a murder. That's not a secret at all. The lab boys are going in circles. You know what this is, sirs? It's a breach of contract. It's going on the rap sheet.
If you ask me, I'm perfectly fine with the fact that nothing was stolen tonight. I do wonder, though, if Callisto really is the Yatagarasu. Okay, cool. Anything else we have to talk Oh, so we have to present something to her. It appears he died of a stab wound. Whoever did this had a lot of nerve. I just can't fathom what have led the killer to turn a knife against a man.
And I can't fathom what the prosecutor lashing out with her whip is thinking.
Do we not have, like, the... Actually, do we have logic that we can do? Yeah, we do. Okay, cool. Yep. I'm glad we got all of the logic things in pairs because of the fact that, like, if I'd gotten them all at once, that would have been awful.
To steal your dirtiest secret. It's possible the dirty secret the Yatagarasu was out to steal was in this very room.
I'm assuming it was the safe, yeah.
Dirty secret? You're in pursuit of some dirty, underhanded dealings yourself, and something tells me this is no coincidence.
In that case, the person I'm looking for is here in the Babahlese embassy, the head of the smuggling operation.
I think that I might need to ask Franziska about her smuggling case.
Okay, so we can actually talk about smuggling case now.
When we last talked, you said you were on the trail of a smuggling ring. I suppose the reason you're here right now is related to that?
Yes, after analysing the intel we have gathered from various countries, this embassy rose to the top of our list of sites to investigate. And this is what tipped us off.
The accounting document?
It's only one page, the whole thing, so we're not sure about all the details. It's enough for us to grab on the tail of the beast. This type of paper was made only in the Principality of Cohdopian, which means it's somewhere in the countries of Allebahst and Babahl is the head of it. The one pulling the strings behind the entire smuggling ring. Okay, so we're attempting to find the smuggling ring. Cool.
As Franziska, she's amazing, pursuing the case with all she has.
Okay, we've got... We were able to finally obtain this proof of the smuggling operation through Interpol. So remember to take extra care of my subordinate.
She's enjoying the power trip of calling me her subordinate.
Just a tad too much. Okay, is that it? I don't know whether we have to present something else to her. Maybe now that we've talked to Franziska, we can do something else? Oh, we can... Yeah, I'm gonna deduce.
I forgot we could deduce on this one. It's gonna be this, right?
Urethra! Take a good look at these documents, Franziska. It says there are only 3 pages, and yet there are only 2 here.
Oh, I forgot that she had the 2 of 3, yeah.
Correct. Now look at the smuggling activity document in your possession. Tell me, is it not possible your page was taken from this set of 3?
Well, it certainly looks that way.
By putting our multi-part puzzle together, we have seemed to have arrived at an answer. Puzzle? And it seems you've now found what you were looking for.
And with this, it's become crystal clear that Mr. Colchin himself was responsible for the mass smuggling of Babahl's ink.
Babahl's ink?
Babahl's ink is a special product of the Republic of Babahl. Due to a special reason, only a limited volume is ever exported.
Okay. That reason?
Well, it's classified. It's on need-to-know basis, and you don't need to know. In any case, it seems the head of the smuggling ring was our victim, Mr. Manny Colchin.
His base was in an embassy. Thus, it was hard for both our country and his to interfere, making it the ideal conditions in which to run a smuggling operation.
But it's so frustrating. I lost the person I was to render judgment down upon with my whip of justice.
Even if he is dead, we still have a responsibility to look into his misdeeds.
Well, you expect me to whip a dead man? I'm not interested.
You must know that Mr. Manny Colchin was the suspect in the KG-8 incident.
Of course I know. On top of being the head of the smuggling ring, there's the matter of what really happened in that case that needs to be resolved.
Okay, cool.
You done investigating?
I like the harpsichord in the back. It is like prime DS MIDI of using a harpsichord and a guitar and a piano.
You realize now the girl is the only one it could be. Now come along quietly, Yatagarasu, K. Faraday. You're under arrest for the murder of Manny Colchin.
Mr. Edgeworth! You have to believe me, I didn't do it. I chased the fake Yatagarasu in here, and he was already...
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Wait, he was gone? I missed the crusty DS soundtracks. I'd like to help you reduce your number of mistaken arrests Interpol makes.
What's that supposed to mean?
I believe I told you K. Faraday is not the culprit.
Very well, I suppose I have no choice. I'll show you just how foolish your claims are.
Oh, okay, cool.
Why arrest K? Even your police confirm the Yatagarasu infiltrated the Babahl's embassy tonight. Utilizing the confusion caused by the fire, the Yatagarasu snuck into the embassy. Furthermore, the girl claims to be the Yatagarasu, and more importantly, other than her, there was no one else in here with the body.
Okay, cool. Your reason for suspecting Kay is because you think she's the Yatagarasu.
Exactly, but it isn't just me. She calls herself the Yatagarasu. Once again, she told all of Interpol this in the 3rd case.
Look, how many times do I have to tell you? I was only out to catch the fake Yatagarasu.
Imposter or not, it matters not. A Yatagarasu is a Yatagarasu.
I shall prove Kay is not the Yatagarasu who killed Manny Colchin.
Go ahead and try. Show me what prosecutors of this country are made of.
I feel like she's gonna be a bit of a villain. Okay, that makes sense. Even your police confirm the Yatagarasu infiltrated the Babahl's embassy tonight. The Yatagarasu snuck into the embassy. That makes sense, they can get through the door. The problem is how they got out.
Hold it!
I really don't think that being the first to discover the body makes her the killer.
No, but if you saw the self-purported Yatagarasu standing in front of the body, wouldn't you get a little suspicious?
Even so, I'd still listen to what that person had to say.
You're talking about yourself in those times where you were under suspicion?
I think the pain of being falsely accused is something you should really experience. I personally know that feeling really well.
And given my situation, I know exactly what it's like too. Everyone's being accused of murder.
I'm fine with never experiencing it. Ever. You're done with your little group conference.
Agent Sheena suspects Kay of murder simply because she's the Yatagarasu. If I can prove the Yatagarasu's goal is not related to murder, I may be able to reason with her some percent, maybe?
just because she calls herself that, it doesn't prove she is a killer. And also, just because she claims these are Yatagarasu doesn't mean that, like... doesn't mean that she is actually the Yatagarasu. Like, Calisto claimed to be the Yatagarasu, and she's probably not the Yatagarasu. Like, that doesn't say shit. Just because she calls herself it doesn't prove she's a killer.
No, but it does give her a motive. The Yatagarasu sent a card saying, "I'll be there to steal your dirtiest secret," but they don't send a calling card out before. They usually only send a calling card out after. Furthermore, there are documents pertaining to some smuggling activity. She obviously wanted to steal them, so she killed Mr. Cochin for the key.
I see. Her logic is very sound. I suspected nothing less of Miss Agent Lang's secretary. However, that statement just now didn't sound right. She wanted to steal documents regarding smuggling, so she killed Mr. Well, she could have just, like, assaulted him and not. So she killed Mr. Cochin for the key? No. No, because of the fact that absolutely, I don't think she would have killed him for the key, because of the fact that if the Yatagarasu stole the key, how would she not have it currently? I'm gonna go with that.
Objection!
Yeah. Agent Sheena, I'm going to inform you that there's a flaw in your logic.
Oh?
Even if you claim she is the killer and the Yatagarasu, I'm certain securing the smuggling documents is not the motive. The key to the safe in this room was found on Mr. Cochin's body. Furthermore, the Yatagarasu would not be so stupid as to leave without them. Ooh, that's a new sprite. By the simple fact the documents were still in the safe when we looked. It's obvious the killer's target was not the safe at all.
Objection. Then perhaps she didn't know Mr. Cochin had the key on him.
Objection. If that's the case, then why would she have needed to kill him? Because I can think of no reason for her to kill him if she'd not known that fact.
Hold it. Need, reason, none of this is simply our conjecturing after the fact. It's entirely possible she accidentally killed him while she was sneaking in. Perhaps she didn't notice the safe's second compartment before returning the key. But the fact still remains. Mr. Cochin was stabbed to death.
But you have no definitive proof that it was Kay who committed the act.
Hold it. Actually, I do. I saw her holding the knife she used on the victim with my own eyes.
What?
Allow me to tell you a bit more about the evidence that will put her away behind bars.
Cool.
The knife wound on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife. The knife with which the butterfly handle is the murder weapon, which the killer was holding. I think it's an exchangeable handle. I assume she obtained the knife from the display rack and used it on the victim. It's part of a three-piece set which has a design like no other. The evidence and testimony always points to the girl. There's no counter-argument.
Okay. That's your definitive evidence?
You see now she's definitely the killer. No, you gotta believe me. I saw a suspicious person in a long black coat.
And you came in here because you were chasing this person?
I ran into this office because I was chasing after them. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the lights, but... Who's there? This is...
I came to this room
upon hearing the girl's scream. And when I saw her holding the knife, I immediately restrained her.
So the object felt by her feet was the murder weapon?
I had the knife analyzed, but I failed to find anyone's prints on it.
I'm sorry, you heard this girl screaming that there was a body and went, yes, she's probably the killer. A girl screaming, ah, I found the body! Oh my god, there's a body in here! Went, yep, she's that girl's definitely the murderer. Gosh.
You continue to insist there was such a person, but if there was, where'd they go?
I don't know, but they came in here.
That sounds like the desperate excuse of a suspected killer, not a trustworthy testimony. You understand, we can't trust these girls' words.
She does have a point. But even if Kay's words are the truth, I must show that with some solid evidence.
Edgeworth, I really didn't.
Don't worry. If you didn't do it, there must exist a way for me to prove that.
Still not giving up, I see. In that case, try to counter my argument if you can.
I can, and I will. Give me a second. Yeah, that sounds alright. Cool. Cool.
Definitive evidence. Blind fluid on the body is consistent with the blade of the knife. That's correct. The knife with which the butterfly handle is the murder weapon which it goes on it. Do we not have anything that says the knives are interchangeable? If I present the knife, will Edgeworth go, the knives are interchangeable? Like, do you favor a DS game? Mine is probably Sotaro Obo. Ooh, I don't know. To be fair, I grew up with the brain training games and the bloody Mario. Unfortunately, I do have to say Mario Kart DS was a big one for me. Or any of the Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games, I think. I think 2012 was on the DS because the 3DS came out in 2013, I want to say.
Even you can't talk your way out of the contradiction this piece of evidence points out.
I guess not.
I knew it.
Because I don't need to. I don't like to waste time. Oh no, okay, clearly not. Okay, cool. Okay, apparently not. I still think that knife... Okay, I'm gonna see whether I can do anything with that knife. Is there anything I can do with this knife? Okay, I need to see whether I can remove the handle. Because I think that is what it's gonna be, right? Is there anything I can do to, like, get rid of the handle? Because it says I've investigated that segment. But I don't think I have. Unless it's like we have to do it later. Okay, so it mentions that the handle is removable, so but we can't remove it. Okay. Yeah, I can't believe that they stopped doing Mario and Sonic at the Olympic Games. That's so... Okay. Maybe we could press her and say that that knife is removable.
You mean to say you saw Kay holding it with your own eyes?
I was also in the search for the Yatagarasu. When I heard the girl scream, I rushed over. I saw the girl standing there, motionless with the knife in her hands. I already told you I only came in here because I was also after the Yatagarasu. The suspicious person only came into this room, but when I entered it was pitch dark. I felt something by my foot, so I turned on the lights and...
You found out it was the murder weapon.
You can't trust the words of a suspect. still think it's the knife. It's slightly annoying.
Who would have thought to see this key again? Okay, and then we're gonna... It's not a far-fetched to think that the end of the key was meant to be a butterfly. The keymaker must have been a true patriot to fashion this after the national symbol. Okay, cool.
She wants us to examine a piece of evidence. I still think it's this. Is there a way to remove it? Okay, we need to remove the handle, but how the hell do we do that? I still think it's this. Did we already present the knife?
Objection!
I thought we presented the knife. What? Huh? I thought we... Did I present it on the wrong statement by accident? Are you kidding me?
The murder weapon was the knife with the butterfly design, but is that really the truth?
What are you getting at?
I'd like for you to take a look at this. There's a blood on the blade, and yet there's not a speck of blood on the handle. This signifies at the time of the crime, a different handle was attached to the blade. The knife which Kay was holding had its handle switched, and was in fact not the real murder weapon.
It wasn't a real murder weapon.
This knife can be taken apart. Shall we give it a go? As you can see, the Babahlese knife has now been disassembled into two parts. The killer must have pulled the murder weapon out of the victim's body and swapped the knife's original handle with this butterfly one, to create the illusion that Mr. Cohdopian was killed with the butterfly-themed knife. Something that I figured out really early on, and that I said he was probably killed with an Allebahst knife that was made to look like a Babahlese one. Wow! This game is stupid. This should clear up any and all suspicion. Cool.
Your argument isn't airtight yet.
How so?
It's possible the girl herself is the one who switched the handles.
Don't be ridiculous. For what purpose would she do such a thing?
Well, I don't care how to know how a criminal thinks. The way they view the world is beyond the comprehension of a normal person like myself. I wouldn't put anything past them, no matter how odd it may seem, says you.
Well, the truth is right there in front of you, and this knife will show you the way. Stabs her with the knife. You will come to see that Kay is not and could not have been Mr. Cohdopian's killer.
The flower, which I... What's this mark?
It's the mark of a flower. I assume you know what this means.
Not really. Butterflies rest on flowers all the time to drink their sweet nectar.
And so they do. Would this butterfly really drink the nectar of this flower?
The answer is clearly not a chance. It's this, right? The empty bag. You can't be serious.
Because you made the connection. Yeah, that was the only thing that contained the flag, so... The flower on this blade is designed after a certain country's national symbol. That's right, the Kingdom of Allebahst. In other words, this blade is from one of Allebahst's ornamental knives. This part of the knife handle has Babahl's national symbol, the butterfly. However, Therefore, it's undeniably Babahlese in origin. As we both know it, you can't kill someone with just a knife handle. Incidentally, when exactly did the murder occur again, Agent Sheena? After the fire had broken out. Kay entered the Babahlese embassy after the fire had taken place. She could not have entered the Allebahst side of the building before then. On top of that, not a single person passed down by the two countries during the fire, which means that Kay could not have transported an Allebahst over here, which makes it impossible for her to be the true killer. She's getting a lot of new sprites, which I think is terrifying. Woohoo! Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth, what a great victory! Please don't do that, Gumshoe. Why is everyone so quiet? Well, we've got this far and cleared Kay's name, but my worries now is what will happen next. What is the meaning of this? An Allebahst knife? Do you mean, how did this find its way to Republic of Babahl? It didn't just find its way over, rather we should focus on how it was smuggled over.
You know what? My brain hurts thinking just about it while we're standing around. Thinking while you're on the run, now that's the way a great thief operates.
Okay.
For proving me innocent. Well, I believed in me the whole time, right? Tell me you did.
Not really.
Come on, you don't have to be shy.
No, I really didn't believe in you at parts.
Hold it. Your argument still isn't airtight.
Care to elaborate?
I understand the girl didn't commit the murder, but there's still the possibility that she is the Yatagarasu.
But again, how many times do I have to explain? I am the real Yatagarasu.
Please stop saying that, Kay. Go.
I'm not like that fake one that goes around setting fires.
Whether you're the real deal or a fake, it doesn't matter. All I have to say is this. I have my suspicions that this girl is the one who started the fire.
Preposterous. On what grounds do you suspect her?
The fact she calls herself the Yatagarasu, that probably is the most elegant proof possible.
Machina, I have no intention of taking back any of what I've said. I am the great thief Yatagarasu, and I refuse to allow some impostor to claim that name as their own. The path of justice my father promised me towards will walk the best I can.
It's not good to be so stubborn. I hope you can understand that.
Thanks a lot of concern, Miss Tina, but let me share something with you too as a token of my appreciation.
Kicks her.
Those sunglasses totally do nothing for you, so those sunglasses totally do nothing for you, so I'll steal them the next time. What? Well, guess we better get going.
Going to where?
The Kingdom of Allebahst. If we don't go, we won't know for sure, right?
Suppose not. We won't get anywhere simply by standing here thinking. To see where the Allebahst knife came from, we'll have to pay the Allebahst embassy a visit. Let's go, Edgeworth. As you are my subordinate, I will not tolerate you bringing the investigation to a halt.
Understood.
Let's go. Yay! That's our first part done. Okay, so I'm assuming that's the start. I'm assuming there's going to be a load of... That was like a shorter first part than the last case, which terrifies me. Is it going to be like a Cool. Lang! Oh my god! Count up! 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
99 cards, all 99 members are most likely here.
Hey you the second number 1 from my right.
Yes, sir.
Here, a birthday present.
I don't know all your birthdays. What a kind heart. Chippy, you're more of a man you'll ever be. I'm really sorry, but it's not my birthday.
That one guy.
Lang Z says, a cub who disrespects others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder.
That present isn't for you, it's for your younger brother's wife's younger brother. Tell him I said hi and happy birthday.
Yes, sir. I can't believe you remember much about each of us.
This bloody game.
I'm so moved I can't stop crying. Well, I'm going to leave them to their alone time. Meeting's over. Everyone head for your posts. Dismissed. Hi, Lang. Yo, were you guys there the whole time? I love him. I got a call from Sheena and she's already filled me in. Sounds like you're out to get in my way again. I have absolutely no intention. I simply request you grant me permission to investigate the Allebahst embassy. What if I say no?
Objection. This man is my subordinate. As I've received permission from the ambassador, he is to be extended the same rights.
Sorry, sis, but it's not that simple. Allebahst has the strictest immigration regulations in the world, or didn't you know? Even among my elite men, about only half of them were admitted into the country. Perhaps any more cooks in the kitchen and we might spoil the soup, if you get what I mean.
How dare you make such assumptions?
Well, don't take this the wrong way, but I thought I was in charge of Allebahst, Miss Von Karma. Look, try to understand. Things over in Allebahst are a bit of a mess. What do you mean by a bit of a mess? No one told you? We had an incident. This is what we call a decision based on the investigation, Mr. Prosecutor.
Look, Wolfie, just let us in already. That's what we call my dog.
Hold it. Oh, this guy. This is the extraterritorial rights man. That's the only thing I know about this man.
Is there a problem here, Agent Lang? Oh.
Not really, just having a discussion or whether or not to let these guys in.
Ambassador Alba, I ask you please allow these people to join the investigation. I'm having a debate because of my country. I'm terribly sorry for placing you good people in that kind of situation. It's all because I lack the strength to govern well.
Please, it's nothing of the sort, Ambassador.
Oh, you weakling quackers. Curse your frailty and inability to change things.
What are you...
The thing is...
Quackers Alba, this is the guy. I'm gonna just write him down as generic old guy because, yeah, look at him. There we go, cool.
Investigations conducted in my country have been under Agent Lang. And it is my judgment that in order to minimize disruption, I should leave everything up to him.
You see?
No way.
Hold it. This guy. Ambassador Alba, I ask you to please reconsider letting them to Allebahst.
What's that?
My very own secretary has been murdered in the Babahlese embassy, and he was apparently caught up in some very shady dealings, complete unbeknownst to me. I ask you for cooperation in your investigation. These aren't much, but I hope they can cover your travel expenses to Babahl.
Alright, I get it. Even if you beg, Ambassador Alva, I still have to give you the final okay.
Hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? We're in.
Not so fast, my little crow girl. You're still a witness in the Babahl murder. So I'd like you to please stay in the Republic of Babahl. Detective Gumshoe, please take very good care of Kay for me.
Yes, sir.
Sounds good to me. The fewer troublemakers, the better.
Mr. Edgeworth. So I wanted to ask for a while now, but that lady, is she who I think she is?
I didn't introduce the two of you yet.
Francisca von Karma, the prosecutorial prodigy. It's nice to see you again.
I knew it, you're the whip lady.
You may address me as Miss von Karma, please.
I leave the investigation of Allebahst in your hands.
I love the fact that these two kind of get along. Actually, in my country, it's legal to stab people in embassy.
Actually, it's legal to stab people in my embassy. We did nothing wrong.
Oh, yes, we didn't do anything wrong when I have blood all over my hands.
Rest assured, I'll outsmart both the smuggling ring and the Yatagarasu.
A smuggling ring, huh?
Perhaps I ask Francisca a bit more about them before I head into Allebahst. Oh, and I mustn't forget to thank Ambassador Paulino for all he's done for me. I swear to God, if this guy's the murderer, Paulino.
I found out he was doing some smuggling, and so I smuggled a knife into his chest. Ambassador, I'm in your debt. No, it's nothing. Because it's about all I can do for you, I'm afraid. I ask you to bring Manny's killer to justice. I will, Ambassador, on my honor. Sensational, you've piqued my curiosity. I know they aren't much, but I know I'm giving to them wholeheartedly. That's quite alright. How about this?
Bink. Why did it say bink on it? Bink.
What exactly is it?
Bubbly's ink.
It's fountain pen ink, known as Babahl's ink. It's made exclusively in Babahl.
So this is Bubbly's ink.
We make it from wheat crystal oil, which is mined from our mineral mines. Please accept it. One dip in your fountain pen and you can write for hours.
How fortunate. Ink in my pen just happened to have run out.
I gladly accept your gracious gift.
Special wheat crystal oil-based ink, limited export because of some specific reason. Thanks, Ace Attorney.
Great, wonderful. I guarantee you that writing with our ink is an unforgettable experience. And since we don't export it, if you run out, you're always welcome to come and visit our nation.
Talking about cornering the customer along with the market. Cool.
I'm glad you were not hurt, but please refrain from such recklessness.
What if you'd run into the Yatagarasu? You could have been killed.
Sorry to make you worry, but I'll be more careful.
Good girl. It's good to conduct some self-reflection.
Huh. It's funny, you know, when I talk with you, I feel like I'm talking with my dad.
That's so. Detective Gumshoe, I'm counting on you to keep Case safe.
Yes, sir. You leave everything to me, sir.
Don't worry, I'll take good care of Gummy for you. We'll go investigate into the Babahl's side of things together. Right, Kay? That's right.
All they're missing is the last stooge. I love the fact that these two are great together. You've made so much progress in your investigation in such a short period of time.
It's truly amazing.
Agent Hicks, who had requested, was cut down before he completed his task. There's no room for further failure in my perfect investigation. In spite of that, something about the smuggling ring. Or maybe we obtained some hindsight into the ring, It was nothing. I made some deduction based on the smuggled item I was following. You mean the Bubbly's ink? Why are there restrictions on the export to begin with? Was that classified information?
Hold it. Francisca asked your support on a time part of your investigation now.
Don't you think it would be beneficial if I was as well informed as you? Point taken. Very well, I'll fill you in. Recently, they discovered some very well-made counterfeit bills circulating in Chengfa.
Counterfeit bills, huh?
As you may have deduced, the counterfeits are being made with Babahl's special Babahl's ink, and it's virtually impossible to distinguish bills made from Babahl's from the real ones. It was natural for Interpol to keep an eye on the Republic of Babahl.
That's where this document comes into play.
Mr. Colchin was smuggling large amounts of Babahl's ink. Furthermore, he was charged with running the embassy's printing equipment. That's all the evidence I needed to know. He was the head of the smuggling ring. There remains one tiny problem. You still have yet found the counterfeit bills or the smuggled ink? And while we're listing things, I might as well add the counterfeit plates to the pile. Since we haven't been able to locate any of these items in the Babahl's embassy, we're looking into the Allebahst embassy next. Doesn't matter where they're hidden, mark my words, I will find them. Yeah, because they're next to each other. There's a possibility that, like, someone from Allebahst was working together with Manny to do a bunch of smuggling. Because nobody would think that Babahl's ink was being done out of Allebahst and vice versa. Counterfeit bills data. Maybe Babahl's ink, their circulation, it's hard to tell they're fake. Okay, cool. Shall we get going?
Hold it!
What's wrong?
I didn't get permission to enter Allebahst, so we're going to go gather whatever info we can on the Babahl's side.
I'm counting on you two.
And I'm counting on you and Miss Von Karma to snip out clues in Allebahst.
Okay, I like the idea that they're having their own thing, and so it's like, finally, they might be able to get some information for us, instead of us having to do all of this together.
And Mr. Edgeworth, if you happen to come across my phony, let me know. I'll rush over straight away, no matter where you are.
I'll let you know when the time comes.
Yeah, there's a whole thing about... Is that a crossbow?
Is that a crossbow on the wall? Oh, there's also the Steel Samurai, and is that the mask? Is that Mask to Mask? Does that mean we're getting Ron here as well? Please tell me getting Rondalite, unless this is a different guy. Oh! What do you think you're doing? You're... Oh. I was hoping it would be Will, but no, it's... No, it's not Will, it's Larry, because of course it is. Of course it's Larry, great. Oh. Well, that's just... Oh. Why is Larry here? Oh, thank God you're here. I'm in a really revealing pickle, your lordship. The raven had appeared and disappeared. And then I thought, I'm the Steel Samurai, my sword. I'm so confused. Where's his fruitcake? Actually, he's one of the only people in Ace Attorney who is confirmed straight. Which is even funnier. I'm Larry of the House of Butts, married man of the old Tokyo, my lady. Now I remember, this person's one of your old friends. Yes, frighteningly enough, he is. What's up with that answer? I thought you were going by Lorice at this point. Or does this literally happen between 2 and 3? Why did the Steel Samurai kick Edgeworth in the balls? I don't know. Well, your best bud is in a bind. You act like it's no big deal. What sort of bind are we talking about? The suspect kind. I became a suspect in a murder. That is quite the bind. Not in the least bit surprised. Well, I expected this news. From the instant I saw this unlucky face. His name is Larry Butts. I've known him since grade school, and for as long as I've known him, he's been the world's largest source of trouble with a capital T. What kind of introduction is that? You're mean! If you're not careful, you might find your tiny number of friends go down by 1. That wasn't called for. Besides, wait, hold on. Larry, it was you? You're the one who wrote my Steel Samurai autograph. Huh? You didn't notice? I even winked at you through my headpiece. What's going on and why you beat red? Oh. Could you not speak to me right now? Sorry, am I interrupting your comical yet melodramatic play? Oh, hey. So this is the incident you mentioned. Mr. Prosecutor, this childhood friend of yours is our prime suspect. Of what? Well, the murder of man who had snuck into this embassy, Master Mouse the Second. Okay, so it's not Rondalite. My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined. Why is Larry here? What's even worse is he comes back in the second Ace Attorney Investigations game. But he actually does something useful, apparently, in that case. So that's gonna be good. Because in this one, there's really just nothing here. Master Mouse the Second, eh? More blood. Bunk. Well, only Larry could get himself into yet another mess as fine as this, but no matter what the facts seem to say, Larry's not the type of person to commit murder. Still, it's a rather daunting stroke of misfortune. I've to prove that Larry is innocent of all wrongdoing. He's just an idiot.
We've identified the victim.
I'll take their report now. Would you mind if I took a peek as well? What'd I tell you earlier, Mr. Prosecutor? Don't get in my way. There's only enough flesh here to feed one wolf, and that wolf is me. So no, you may not take a peek. Agent Lang. Yes! He's back! My man! Yes! Maybe, oh my god, Larry's the Yatagarasu? Hell yeah. Yes, Bad! We love him! My man! Yes, I love Detective Bad.
He's back! Agent Lang. Will you please allow an investigator such as myself to take a look?
Of course. You let the detective see the file. And then Bad's gonna tell you. You're Detective Bad. I've not seen you in 7 years.
You're the prosecutor, Mr. Edgeworth, right? Fancy meeting you here. You weren't expecting me?
Yeah, he's just perpetually tired. That's his entire thing.
Ever since that day 7 years ago, I've chased after the Yatagarasu, non-stop. I've been pressuring Interpol into keeping me in the loop in case a card was ever found.
Is he retired then at this point? He's supposed to be like in his 60s, right? He's 60. He's a homicide detective. His partner was killed 7 years ago. He's here after Calisto Yew. Quirkus, 72. He's got like a tree nose. He's a retired army man. May explain why he's overly harsh on himself. And Shilong Lang. He's after the smuggling ring. Okay, cool. What incredible dedication to the case. Detective Bad knows the Yatagarasu's MO very well. His passion to the chase hasn't died down these 7 long years. It's something I can respect. But Detective Bad, I must ask, you gonna make an ally of this prosecutor? My only goal is to arrest the Yatagarasu. If I can't get to the bottom of the case, I'm willing to share info. I'm in your debt, Detective Bad. Yes! Also, I love his lollipop. About the murder of Master II, would you be willing to fill me in on a few cases? When the Yatagarasu showed up, Agent Lang and I took ourselves off guard duty and put ourselves in charge of directing things at the crime scene. Taking advantage of the chaos, Master II broke into this embassy. Probably to steal some treasure or another. And I suppose he lost his life when he was forced to fight someone else in the room. Cool. Why exactly was that man placed under arrest, Detective? A samurai? He was born looking suspicious, but not for the reasons you suspect, I assure you. As you can plainly see, he's completely harmless. Well, he was just a rat of gas. Oh, it's not like he's actually under arrest, but like, yeah. Tonight here, the Allebahst and Ambassador Alba was to give a commemorative speech, and that's when the Yatagarasu showed. But keep in mind, the Yatagarasu isn't who I'm talking about right now. Those seats for the guests who'd been called to sit in them were empty. A no-show. Who was it that failed to take their seat? Annie Cochin, probably. The Steel Samurai. Until the speech was to begin, each member of this family was to wait in a separate room. However, some weird reason, that man was spotted in a different location than his assigned room at that time. And where was he? He was on the roof with one of his legs down a chimney. I'm Santa Claus! That chimney leads directly into this room. Larry Butts, you've really outdone yourself. What were you thinking? Oh my god, Larry is the Yatagarasu, guys. He was the Yatagarasu all along. In any case, I believe it's high time for me to start my investigation. Begin investigation! Woo! I'm gonna quickly BRB. For a little bit. I'm gonna grab my big drinking cup because the fact that, like, it's been 2 hours, that's our halfway point, and I also need a quick bathroom break, so I will just, like, pop on this screen for a bit. Woo! I'll be back in, like, 5 minutes.
There we go, we have returned. Also, I forgot we have a Discord now. Woo! No, that's the wrong thing. I forgot that should work now. Yay! I think that'll work anyway. Just checking that does work. Yeah, there we go, that works. Woohoo! Right, let's begin this investigation.
The person shaking hands with the steel samurai in this picture is Ambassador Alba.
It was taken just before the murder. The steel samurai must be very popular.
They're even using the National Treasury as a backdrop.
I just don't understand. What exactly is so great about Top Knot there?
Clearly there's depths this show and a young person like you can't fathom.
Speaking of young people, aren't young children the target audience of this show of costumed actors?
Shut up,
Shut up. Shut up.
There's also a fireplace on this side. By the looks of it, I don't think it's been used recently.
Can't say I see anything unusual about it. Actually, with the thingy, with the map. Where is the office placed in this lineup here? Where is the office? Because if it is near the Theatrum Nutalis, and if it is anywhere in that lineup, you would be able to, if it was near the middle, you would be able to cross over, right? Because you've got the exact same fireplace, I don't know whether it's a decision by just kind of design, but there is a possibility that maybe the fireplace could be like a secret door, which will allow you to get to both sides. But I don't remember where the other things are. Also, I'm gonna have to go check those knives and see whether one of them has a butterfly marking on it.
This must be Ambassador Alba's desk.
His notebook is open. He must have been in the middle of some important work here. Sapling growth log. It sprouted today? Doesn't look like important work to me. Okay, cool. I'm not looking at the body. Bye.
There's some weapons on display. A crossbow, and under that a set of knives with a flower motif. They must be the counterparts of the Babahlese knives, which means the blades inside these scabbards should match the blades that were used to kill Mr. Coachip.
So yeah, we need to see whether we've got...
One of these knives is missing its blade.
And also one of the flower bits there. Yeah, so not only is it missing a blade, it's also missing one of these flower petals at the back.
Let's see if the two pieces, the blade and the handle, fit each other.
Oh, it would appear they fit together quite well.
This means an Allabastian knife did indeed find its way into Babahl, but how? Why is there a weapon on display in a place like this? I wonder why there's no whips on display. Steel Samurai's primary weapon, the Samurai Spear. I totally fell for this thing. Sleek and shiny, just like my heart. Comes at you like whoosh. You hold it, you want to live like bam. You do well to watch what you're saying, Larry. Although, it's just as Larry says, the spear is quite the symbol of valor. Speaking of spears, aren't you supposed to use them by thrusting the point straight at your opponent? I'm not even entirely convinced this spear is up to the task. What's wrong? You're just staring off to the distance. I get it. Tell you what, I'll tell the studio and make you one. Did I say anything about wanting one? Maybe I can shut him up by showing him a piece of evidence that will point something out about this spear. What evidence do we have about the spear? Was he holding it in this? No, he was not. Oh look, it looks like him. What's that plant? What's that plant supposed to be? How do you see it's supposed to look like Ambassador Alba? It's just important that you think you have a lot of nerve telling me what to think. I look forward to your salary assessment. You're deluding if you think you have any control over that. So I need to show him something that's to do with the spear.
You just finished a cosplay? Heck yes!
I can spot exactly no difference between this Prima Doe statue and Babahl's.
The statue's face looks a little bit like that costume hero you like so much. Only wonder why you Americans have such an affinity for this kind of face.
The statue wasn't made by an American, at least I don't suppose so.
I mean, you never know. Okay. I don't know whether we can deduce anything. Heck yes.
This was the exact same statue sitting on that Babali's office we examined.
It's a Prima Doe statue. It was the natural treasure of the Principality of Cohdopian. As there was only one of these statues, meaning that one of the two is a replica, but both Allebahst and Babahl claim to have the real one.
It's an incredibly childish fight.
Only... okay.
Wounded. There were knives, always the same wall mount for the side on the Babali's side. Can't see any details. Prima Doe statue. It is very valuable, made of pure gold. It's the national treasure of Cohdopian. There's only one of these statues, meaning one of the two is a replica. But both Allebahst and Babahl claim to have the real thing and won't budge from their claim, which is incredibly childish to have. The counterpart to the Babali's butterfly is the Alebahstian flower. The butterfly and flower. They're both lovely things. But how do we interpret this to mean the Allebahst provides honey to Babahl? Can you come up with a more meaningful or profound comment, please? Let's talk about what you profound comment you can come up with. All flowers cannot survive without the butterflies that spread their pollen, and butterflies cannot live without the nectar that the flowers provide. If either one were to disappear from the equation, neither would survive. How was that, Miss Von Karma? Your explanation took so long I nearly fell asleep. Let's continue. Why cannot you admit I did something there? Okay, so they've got the Alebahstian flowers. We've got a load of things that just say deduce. Clock is the same.
Hey, bad. I guess we gotta go investigate the body.
So this is the victim, Damask II.
What is with his gaudy outfit?
You don't know about Master Mask? A few months ago, this thief caused a lot of havoc on the populace.
So the thief is separate from the Yatagarasu.
I thought they were for a while because their MO and targets were different. Damask likes high-value trinkets and jewels, and being gaudy is his signature. Gumshoe is in charge of that investigation, so he'd know more about Damask.
So yeah, this does take place after the second game because Gumshoe being on the case against Damask was a thing in the it was in the third game, I think.
You haven't changed a bit.
In any case, let's get started. Right. The bigger sword.
This is the murder weapon.
Not on the blade, it's a rather sweeping sword.
What do you expect is Steel Samurai Daddy's secondary weapon? I only call it secondary because although he uses his sword in most of the battles, it's his spirit that turns him into a real fight.
You sure do know quite a bit about the samurai.
Well, that's only because I saw the stage show.
The only of this sword is the Steel Samurai, or in his other words, Larry. I should probably ask him about it, as detrimental as it is to proving him innocent. Cool.
I thought Damask had quit the business. He's just a copycat, a phony successor. He's just another petty thief. A real identity and out-of-work guy. By the name of Kashino.
Like Caution? His name is Caution.
He's 29 and wanted on larceny. From his clothes and what he was carrying, we determined this guy's the real Master Second. Cause of death appears to be the loss of blood from the back of his head. Seems he was struck with something very hard, or in other words, he was bludgeoned.
He's holding a thing.
What's he holding? Looks like a real piece of paper from a notepad.
5th floor, Ambassador's office. It's on the 5th floor. I'm assuming the officers are directly in the middle on the top floor. That's where I'm assuming the officers are. Because then that would make sense. Oh gosh, I'm stretching today. Don't know why, but I'm a little bit tired today. I don't know why. Oh gosh. But then again, I didn't really stay up too late last night. I was like, I need to have a little
of sleep. You know when, like, you, when you sleep longer than you should do? Like, when you sleep too short a time, you feel really tired. But if you sleep really long as well, you also feel really tired. And that's kind of what I've got at the moment. Because I feel like I slept too long. I slept for, like, 10 hours last night. Which is, like, way longer than I usually do. Because I usually sleep for about 6 or 7 at the most. It feels so weird. Anyway. It appears the directions on how to reach this room were written by hand. There's something written on the back.
I'd like you to steal the Primado statue in this room. What's that supposed to mean? Who writes a note to themselves?
If I had to guess from this text, I would say this is actually a request from someone about what to steal. Who is the person who requested the theft of the Primado statue? Okay, cool. What other stuff we got? That death pose as well. There's not a single shred of fashion sense in his costume. Yes, I can appreciate the great effort he must have put into making it. You can buy this costume almost anywhere now. One of my mates is currently playing Balatro. Nice to know. It's being sold. Since when? Since about New Year's, the streets are practically flooded. Turns out Damask is a lot more popular than I thought he'd be.
Can't believe that foolish fool dressed in foolish clothing to act foolishly.
Horse race test. Two horses went to rescue the horse trapped in the back rooms but failed, and apparently were erased from existence. Oh no. I want to say that, like, is Cyan the one that's trapped in the back rooms? Because speaking of horse race tests, I just discovered what horse race tests were when the last one happened, on the day the last one happened. And there is no horse called Jovial Merriment. It's like there is no war in Ba Sing Se. Oh my god. Those are the things I know about it at this point, and I just speed around and watched all the little horses jumping around. We've got your point about the 3 foolishes back to back, Francisca. Okay. What's this?
I suppose this was the wrapping cloth he used to carry. But there's nothing wrapped in it now. I guess he never did manage to get his hands on whatever he was about to steal.
Hat. Okay. Yeah, Cyan never won anything. I don't think I can click on anything else out of this body, so I think we're good. Cool. Yeah, and a Jovial won a load of them. And Cyan and Garbage Bin? I saw a lot about. 2 gorgeous flowers are in full bloom here. Where's the other 2 then? I'm sure flowers as lovely as these must have an equally as lovely name.
Are you done staring? I hardly think passion flowers are all that rare.
Passion? That's a rather unusual name.
It was named by priests in the 15th century for the Passion of Christ.
Ooh! Hi Renda, how you doing? Lang is my favourite character. Hell yeah, I love Lang. Lang is such a cool character. I want to talk to him more, but apparently we're assisting Francisca. As a saying, you learn something new every day. I can hardly remember its name. Okay, cool. Ooh, no, I think we can we talk to Lang here?
No matter how hard you try, there will be an assisting in our Shifu's investigation.
Is that a fact? No matter how good he is, he's bound to overlook something. Pink only run the ways when they change the carrots for apples.
You insult our Shifu, then prepare to be punished.
And how exactly would you punish us?
Every investigator will work to disrupt your investigation.
Vindicative much? Hey Lang. You did some investigating over in the Babalese embassy too, right? I did. Is there a problem? Why are you touching my fur for? Langzi says a wolf who aims to hunt for 2 rabbits at once. I believe the idiom you require is that he who runs after 2 hares will catch neither. A real wolf can catch both. So what are you trying to say? As long as I'm currently tending 2 cases. Sue yourself, but didn't say I didn't warn ya. Okay, cool. Hey Larry. Is there a few things I need to ask you about? How about that? I've got a few things I gotta ask you too. What is it? It's like both you and him? How is it the 2 of you always meant to have some cute girl or hot girl by your side?
No.
And Francie, what about the promise you made?
Promise, what promise?
The one where you said you would make model for my next book, Francie's Whippity Whippity Whip Trip.
Oh, so this does take place after 3.5. Because of the fact that that is a quote directly from 3.5. Because of him talking about Elise O'Neem doing a colouring book or something similar. Ow! I made no such promise.
Ever since grade school, we've had a certain saying about Larry. When something smells, it's usually the butts. One needs to look no further than this man to find the king of troublemakers with a capital T. Okay, there's some— oh great, we have to talk to him. As I recall, you aren't calling yourself Larice Doneem anymore.
Also, that's a misspelling of the name. After watching Horse Race Test, I now feel as Uma Musume. I don't actually know what that is. Doneem is also not spelled like that. That's Doneem. Larice Doneem. Get that straight in your head. Yeah, Larice Doneem. Because it's pseudonym. Ooh. Ow. Now I remember, you're that rule-played imitation of a real artist. He is an artist. He can draw really well. Like, judging by the fact he drew something upside down with crayons. That was an incredible drawing. Shut up, Francisca. Get all raw, I gave up on the whole Larice thing. Besides, when Bangelina left me in my horrid pieces, also Mindy walked into my life. She seemed so good to me, I wanted to help her in some way. I figured I could come through to steal Samurai outfit. Your insane breathing makes less and less sense every time we meet.
I believe he's saying he picked up this part-time job as the Steel Samurai, so he may attempt to capture the heart of the actress who plays the Pink Princess.
I knew you know what I mean, Edgy.
Not really, it's not so much as I understood. But a simple deduction played on your usual modus operandi, Larry.
The fact I know who the person in the Pink Princess outfit is terrifying.
Okay. I'd like you to confess right now to everything you did tonight.
Well, do you really want me to do that, man? Because I'd rather not.
Confess? Don't tell me you suspect me too. Don't reach for my finger with your teeth. Don't do that. Nonsense, I don't believe you have the mental acuity needed to plan and execute a murder.
It's a gacha game about racing horses, except their waifu's based on real-life horses? When did butts get jacked? Oh my god. Is this why all of the— thank you for the head pats! Next on. I don't know. I keep seeing people drawing the horse race tests as hot girls or like anime girls. So is this the reason for it?
We are talking about you here, so I find it hard to believe that nothing happened.
Alright. Yeah, it's the meme.
But past experience has taught me that even you are always at the center of some insane event.
Edgy, how can you be so mean, stabbing me with your words? Oh, that's why. Oh, I'm gonna have to search that up later now. Thank you, you've done this to me.
Unfortunately, I don't have the time to search out a key to unlock your heart this time, but would you be interested in this Yatagarasu's key?
Stabs him in the chest. Thank you for the head pats.
I suggest you'll cooperate and tell me what you know.
Okay, I get it. Just stop Francie from whipping me from behind. My ass can't take it anymore. Why does enters head pats leaves? Fair. Why does Larry look like an evil villain about to achieve perfection? I don't know. He does, like, give off the vibe of that, though.
I can't even begin to imagine, however. I imagine that whatever you were up to was probably beyond my imagination, so you will tell me what exactly you did, Larry.
Nope, not yet. It'll take more than that to loosen my lips. Oh, a lot more. Confess now, or I will keep whipping your ass. Literally.
Oh, well, I was up on the roof. And why exactly were up there? I was trying to put my legs in the chimney, man. It was a random thought.
It was a pretty good Uma Musume spin-off airing, and the game gets a global release next month. Oh, that's cool. This is what we stream. This is what we stream in, like, thingy, just the horse race tests.
You know, the wintry custom and the legendary hero.
Legendary.
Hero. Santa Claus.
I was right. I was right earlier saying, I'm Santa Claus. I was right. Are you fucking kidding me? That is insanity. Can someone explain why Larry's in that dress? He basically dressed up as the Steel Samurai to do a stage show, which, at the embassy, which for some reason, I was just stretching my legs on the chimney. Aurora Borealis. I was just stretching my legs on the chimney. Santa
Claus.
Well, I wanted to do that thing he does, so I climbed up to one of the chimneys. When I got there was smoke pouring out. Yeah, because there was fire, you dipshit.
And
Well, I couldn't go down the chimney with smoke, so I gave up.
objection, Larry, you do realize Santa doesn't exist.
Of course. So I did graduate from junior high.
Then you should also understand this. If Santa was real, he would be the biggest unlawful trespasser in history.
Aw, crud. May, yeah, the steamed hams parallels.
It is your attempt to imitate Santa that has landed you as a prime suspect.
What the actual fuck, Larry? Why couldn't have we gotten Will Powers in this scenario? Like, I understand why he would be, like, a potential suspect because it's Will Powers. But, like, come on. Come on, man. What's so wrong with pretending to be Santa?
Objection. Let's start with the fact to be the Ides of March in a matter of hours.
Oh my god, this is like 2 AM as well in the... I love the idea that this is like at 11 PM and they're doing this all night.
Santa only visits homes on December 24th, which is in December, you nitwit.
No! Wait, we're not in court.
Oh my god. About the samurai sword that was used as the murder weapon.
Oh, that! Well, I shook hands with the ambassador in this room, you know.
Yes, I can see.
I totally forgot about it. You want to talk about shock? I wasn't shocked at all when I heard it killed someone. Foolish fool looking, especially foolish for foolishly starting such a foolish excuse. You forgot to take something that big with you. Would you believe that?
Almost Christmas means it wasn't Christmas.
Exactly.
Except that's a lot of trauma for Miles. Sorry, Miss Von Karma, but I do believe him. He's just entirely fucking stupid. If anyone forgets something, it would be Larry. I knew our friendship's something special. No, I'm... If Larry had simply forgotten the sword and left it behind, that in no way clears his name. Which means then I will have to prove his innocence from a different angle. I'm assuming we're gonna present something to him, knowing him. I don't know what, though. What have we got?
The flower? Master Mask's note.
What about this? Hey, that's a steel samurai weapon. What, you want to do it? Oh, you have no idea how many fans asked that. What are you asking about? Steel samurai sushi slash. How was that? It sends shivers up your spine. I let myself caught up in being a spectator. How could I have failed? Okay.
Do we not, like... Do we not have the spare in this? Okay. Okay, I need to see what he says because I've said all of this stuff, but like I don't know. The spear is a symbol of valor. Speaking of spears, aren't you supposed to use them? evidence. So yeah, I'm assuming we gotta deduce the spear. No, I don't want to do that. Okay, we're gonna deduce the spear. We're gonna see what we got. It could be the photograph because it's not in the back. Urethra! The condition that's here is related to this piece of evidence. I don't see how they're related. Shit. But don't tell me you don't understand the meaning. No. Okay. Cool. Apparently not. What have we not examined, right? Because I think it probably will be the sphere, right? Sphere? The spear? What do we have that I can... Oh! Wait, no, it's... Could be this. Urethra! Oh, it was that. Okay, sure. Because I was like, because it's got the spear on it. BRE lunchtime. Alright, have a good lunch. You feeling it? Bam! I thought there was something strange about the spear. Tell me, Larry, is it just me or is the spear a bit bent? What? No way! It's exactly as it should be. I have the autograph you wrote for me earlier. I'll take a good look in which you drew with your own hands. You see the spear is clearly of a different shape. Oh. What do you have to say to that? I'm sorry! When I hold the spear in my hands, all of a sudden I feel super powerful, and then during practice I was spinning it around and it hit the wall and... This is an embassy! Well, I've always been like that. I mean, one time on an overnight field trip, I bought a fake sword and played with it. I'm just a hot-blooded man. Clarify that? Well, it was in field trip and I began to shadow fight with not that. I mean what you said earlier. About spinning the spear and hitting the wall. Oh, that, it's no biggie. I mean, it's not like I left a hole or anything. That's not why I'm asking. The samurai spear is made of metal. I somehow doubt that a move as simple as spinning it around would cause it to bend. Edgy, you're naive. Well, you keep calling it the samurai spear, but it's not real. You can't really fight something with it, because it's hollow on the inside. You could hit against practically anything and it would bend. Is that so? I thought you thought it was real, huh? But don't take it the wrong way. I just think part of your personality is cute. I see, your friendship truly is something special, Miles Edgeworth. Oh, it's not friendship, it's humiliation. Okay, now we've got the spear. Okay, cool. Which then now means we can go up to the body and say the... Because of the fact the sword cannot be the weapon. Actually, do we have anything in logic terms? We only have one thing. Maybe we could deduce that. Oh no, we can't deduce. I just realized. I was looking for a deduce and there wasn't any deducing to do. Okay. Now can we talk to Larry about the spear? That's an official weapon. You want me to do it? What are you prattling on about? How was that? Okay, I don't think we can present it. Can we maybe, like, turn it around and suggest those things? No, okay. It's just a prop, though, isn't it? Who's the person who said it was gonna be... Oh. Okay, so this is the ending bit. Maybe we present the sphere? No, he doesn't like that either. Who should we present that to? Who's the one who said that it was the weapon? Maybe it was Lang. Was it Lang, maybe? What have we done? Okay, we have all of those. I'm assuming we gotta... That we don't really need to do anything with. There's also that bit, which we've not seen.
There's a striking flower ornament on the handle of the knife. Compared to the Babahlese, this larger one gives the Allebahst more presence.
I thought it was me going that it's missing one.
There's quite a bit of Mr. Cochin's blood. Thanks to being a prosecutor, I've been accustomed to seeing it.
Okay, I think that's it. Yeah. Is there anything else that says deduce? Because I don't know whether this one did. Yes, this one has a deduce. So I'm assuming we got to deduce something. Okay, we're gonna deduce something. What have we got? Oh, it's turned around. I've only just realized. Wait. Oh! It's been turned around. It's moved.
Eureka!
Look at this photo and tell me what you find odd.
The apparent joy on the investor's face as he shakes that top-knot's hand.
No, I'm trying to point out the statue in the photo is facing a different way.
You're right.
The statue is a national treasure, as such, and only an ambassador or secretariat-level person is allowed to handle it. The fact the statue is facing one way in this photo, and now it's facing a different direction, is proof that someone touched the statue around the time of the crime scene. I guess that about wraps up my investigation. That's...
Pink Princess. You're Pink Princess, you feeling ill?
And yet
another strange character comes out of the woodwork.
And so the Pink Princess also comes to pay an Allebahst embassy a visit. I believe I may need to speak with her as well.
That is a real choice for an outfit there.
Miss Pink Princess, there's a few questions I'd like to ask.
Miss Pink Princess, if you would please answer. Oh. Love the fact that these two are the characters that Edgeworth hates seeing and doesn't want to see the entire time. And neither do I. Hooray! These two are back. Also, we've not had like a second part at all. It's been another hour and we've not had like a second part. I'm assuming we get another second part once we leave.
This must be what they call fate.
How could this happen 2 days in a row?
What the? Are you Miss Oldbag?
Why are you surprised?
So you're the one they got to play the Steel Samurai. too bad. I didn't realize it up until now.
Your acquaintances with Larry?
Why, yes, we worked in the same company for a little while, you know. That's why it's okay, my Ajipo. You don't need to be jealous. I was in the next room, you know, trying to get some beauty sleep. I was so noisy I couldn't fall asleep, so I came over here to complain. Imagine my shock when I saw my precious Ajipo waiting here for me. I mean, who could have imagined that you would ever come to a show like this? I guess I misjudged you, Edgy.
You misjudged him.
I thought he was trying to avoid me, you know.
There was no misjudgment on your part. That is precisely what I was trying to do.
Looks like the winds have shifted. He's now willing to be chased after. I'm simply overwhelmed. Don't you worry, Echipo. I'll chase you forever to the ends of the earth.
Isn't that just pitchy?
This is one of those rare times when Francisco and I actually see eye to eye. None of these people. I love the fact that both of these people went, oh great, I don't want to see either of these people. Now then, what are you doing here? I thought you were working at Gatewater Bland as the Pink Badger.
What are you talking about? That was ages ago.
That was yesterday.
I worked at Global Studios before a long time ago. They called me upon this morning, kind of actually out of the blue.
They called you.
The girl who plays the Pink Princess collapsed from a bad cold. Happened so suddenly they called me in to be in a last-minute replacement.
Did they not have enough people on staff at the studio? Also,
I really couldn't say no, so here I am playing the role of the heroine. Said that Mindy girl, I mean. The poor girl I feel bad for. Because they left me instead of great Wednesday, found out when she was playing in the very last second trip of movement, and had the ragdolls at the shuriken, and then brought with the great axes, really such a bunch of simpletons.
You're a rather lively old lady.
so basically you received the stand-in request this morning.
You need to see it, I've got it right here.
It appears she is telling the truth.
I tell you, my fine acting moved the entire audience to tears.
Yes, tears of laughter, as I recall.
But being famous has its problems. Take a look at this. It's a letter from a stalker.
I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving night.
Honestly, you have to really watch out for these kind of things. Look what it says. Wendy,
I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving night.
how absolutely revolting. I mean, you'd think you can get my name right. There's no accent in my name.
It's horrible handwriting. I'm assuming it says Mindy.
Okay, so we can't see it, okay?
Where do I have to factor things?
Why they're in Comic-Con? They're not. Basically, for some reason, there was a stage show at the embassy in order to congratulate the two countries basically liking each other again. Or something. And Wendy was a stand-in for someone who couldn't play the role. I don't know whether they, I don't know. It's weird.
You'll bust that evil stalker man for my sake.
If you allow the liberty to handle this in my own way, I'm glad you dispatched a detective to your house.
Oh, stop being so dismissive and playing hard to get.
What were you doing at the time of the crime?
What crime? After the show was over, I've had nothing but free time on my hands, so I used the fireplace to keep my bed hip warm.
Okay.
Well, a murder occurred in the room right next to yours.
Oh, they are right next to each other. Okay, so I was right with them being in the middle at the top floor. Oh, okay, I've got it. Okay.
Hold it!
Caress me, Edgeworth.
If you could please not cling on to my personage.
In any case, I take it you failed to show up at Ambassador Alba's speech.
Oh, that I didn't go. I mean, I may have the heart of a young, tender maiden, but my body just refuses to cooperate. As soon as the show ended, my hip started acting up and I couldn't move.
Could you please provide proof of your condition?
Oh, you just go on ahead and ask the doctors in the infirmary. They're the ones who carried me from the theater.
I have to admit, the thought of her not being able to leave that room is rather pleasant.
Missile! Missile! The police dog! Yeah! Oh my god, he's actually moving! Because he was just like a picture in the original version. I love it. Good work. You may leave now, officer. Gumshoe's dog!
This dog.
Requested the assistance of a dog in aid for our search for the Yatagarasu.
Looks like you guys have some pretty bright dogs in this country, too. Aw.
You're real cutie. That's a good boy.
That's the police dog Gumshoe's been taking care of. I think its name is Missile.
What a fitting name for a police dog that dashes out in front and attacks.
And action alone isn't exactly what's going to solve the case for us.
Missy when rocket. Missile when rocket. I mean, to be fair, Ghost Trick is the next game I'm going to be playing after I finish all the Ace Attorney games, so there is a possibility we could... I don't know whether the dog appears in that one as well, though. I want you to find some clues. Ooh, dog, you really are quite bright. I'd like a certain someone I know. Now, what do we have here? This looks like a small hot dog, but
it's not an official samurai dog.
Oh, I don't like that picture. Bad missile. He ate it. I wonder if it's alright for him to eat that.
Solved any cases, son?
Hello, how you doing? Oh my god. Easy, how you doing? We are currently on the final case of Ace Attorney Investigations, which is apparently a really long one. So this one is probably we're going to do the first half of the case today, and then the latter half on either Sunday or next week, because this one is very long and it's a very fun game. And then we have to deal with these two, Larry and Oldbag at the back, who are two characters I don't like right now. Which would be fun, and neither does Edgeworth. But we got a dog! We got a dog now! He ate it. I wonder if it's alright for him to eat that.
It's just a meat substance snack featuring the Steel Samurai. He'll be fine.
My dog will randomly decide to try and steal my hot dog all the time. It's fine. That's quite a bit of information you gathered in a single quick glance.
We should really be focusing on why there was a samurai dog there in the first place.
It looks like that snack wasn't all Missile found.
And what do we have here?
It appears to be a lady's undershirt. Maybe it's Callisto's, because Callisto is probably here hiding somewhere. Knowing her. We love Calisto Yew. I want her to show up at some point, because then I can finally do her fun voice again. I wonder if Ambassador Albert might have an interest in cross-dressing. Whoa, Franziska, no, no.
I doubt that. It doesn't look like this shirt would fit him.
A samurai dog and a lady's undershirt. What are these two items doing in a room like this? Maybe he had a lady in here, and she just needed to get changed, or she was in here. Like, come on, Franziska, darling.
Given the circumstances, the lady's undershirt could only belong to one person. Oop! Yeah, Franziska May! I suppose to get this over with and ask the owner of said undershirt about it.
There's only one person here who would own such a shirt. Wendy?
If you could please look at this brown-coloured undershirt. It's pink.
That's not brown. That is like a light pink. Huh? It's like, huh?
Oh, Edgy Boo, what's the meaning of this? Why'd you steal that thing from my bag? All you had to do was ask, and I'd gladly given you as many as you'd like.
Thank you, but no thank you. This shirt was found here.
What?
Why don't you just confess and explain what it's doing here?
I know nothing, I tell ya.
What?
Oh, I admit I used the fireplace to dry that shirt, but I can't really help I had to. Wearing that pink princess costume was being like in a sauna.
Yeah, that is just what mascot costumes are.
On top of that, I get fingered as a suspect. You are too cruel.
You're claiming you never once set foot inside this room.
Of course I am.
So she used a fireplace, but it's here. So I think, yeah, it could be like a revolving fireplace that connects the two rooms together. Because there's the same fireplace on the opposing side.
If I'd been the one to find the body, do you think I'd be as calm and relaxed as I am? It's always like this. You don't tell what the camera's missing. The missing. Okay, go.
I don't believe she's lying about her actions. I can safely assume she was really drying her shirt by the fireplace on her break. The undershirt managed to move from this next room into this one. Logic! I assume the samurai dog was also yours.
Oh, that brilliant mind. You really thought me.
And so the feeling of dread continues, but I suppose I should ask for more details.
Okay, cool. Can we do logic in a second? I think we'll probably do logic.
The samurai dog was yours, wasn't it?
Oh, of course. I'm forever yours, my edgy wedgy ball.
You could just stick to what I asked to.
Edgy, are you and Miss Oldbag like...
No.
You really don't change, do ya? Well, when you learn how to take a joke. Anyway, that samurai dog wasn't mine. 2 things are in present from studio to the embassy. A present.
The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into the push cart just to move them all. A studio guy should deliver those things by themselves. So, did you deliver the samurai dogs to the embassy as per your instructions?
Edgy, don't just ignore me in my question. Are you gonna stick up for me?
Oh god, I keep thinking that's Franziska. No, it's not.
About that, she after the show I went to rest a spell in the dressing room because of my bad hip, you know. And there were samurai dogs were just sitting on the floor.
Okay. So someone had been in the dressing room while Larry and Oldbag were away, and the parent and dumped out the the samurai dogs and put something else on it, right?
I suppose you had to make preparations for distributing them. By preparation, you mean sampling them.
Excuse me?
Oh, I tried one, and I thought they were actually quite good, but I just had to find out. I know it was silly, but I figured that since they're for a kid's show, the taste was probably for the kids, too. It was so good, I couldn't stop. When I went to my room, I just had to help myself to half a sudden the dough boxes. As I sat there, warming them and eating them, I thought, this is, what is it now? I know, but you want a box, too. Who am I to say no? I'll only give you one, the rest are all mine.
Okay, cool. I thought that it was like somebody took them off the cart and then they all... But apparently not. Okay, cool. Ugh.
Looks like...
Relation for today is when the still samurai and the pink princess take off their masks. And they transform into a pair of annoying troublemakers. Okay, cool. I think we can do some logic. Gosh. Yeah, smoke from the chimney, used from the fireplace.
Cool. There's no trace of this room's fireplace being used.
And your point is?
Smoke was supposedly pouring out of the chimney connected to the fireplace.
Gosh.
Gosh, I'm having a... At least according to Larry, this is a contradiction of the facts, is it not?
Oop. You're sure I wasn't just disorientated or something up on that roof?
Well, there's testimony from an investigator that puts Larry at this particular chimney.
Also because of the fact, you know, there was a giant fire next door. Ooh.
So no, I don't think it was a mistaken impression on Larry's part. On the other hand, the fireplace in the next room was being used at the time. Where do you suppose the smoke from that fireplace went?
I see. So what you're proposing is this. It's a smoke that came out of the chimney was actually from Miss Oldbag's fire. So the fireplaces of neighbouring rooms share one chimney. Okay.
Precisely.
Maybe if I do these two together. Yeah, okay, cool.
The lady's undershirt the missile found...
Ow. Why, you're getting all excited onto holding onto the lady's undergarment. You uncouth sea slug. Good, at least you didn't say fool to him. If you're not the owner of said undershirt, then hurry up and return to her.
You have it wrong, this is evidence. The owner of this piece of evidence was in the room next door. Yet despite that, Missile found it in the fireplace of this room. This lady's undershirt.
Yes, I am claiming it somehow picked through a wall.
Not quite. The fireplace in this room is connected to a chimney.
The other fireplace in the other room is also connected, leading us to the possibility the two fireplaces are connected. Perhaps a closer look at the back of the fireplace is in order. There's an X on the back wall of the fireplace. Was I right with being a revolving fireplace? Wow. This game is like, I feel like I'm a couple steps ahead of this game. What in there? Oh wow! Okay, I'm glad that we just did that. That they did the revolving thing, and it wasn't like 15 minutes of like, oh, the key is in the safe is in the key, the Yatagarasu's key, I'm the Yatagarasu, and all of that stuff. I'm glad that they just did it, and it's a revolving fireplace, and they didn't have like a whole thing. The wall separating this room's fireplace from the next room's fireplace apparently turns. As I suspected, the fireplace does indeed connect this room to the neighbouring room. It's a neighbouring room? There appears to be nothing particular about the next room, but the fact there's nothing special about the next room isn't what's important. It's the fact there's a secret passageway through the room's fireplace. Well, then I'm assuming... Oh, is it because it's in every fireplace and not just... I assumed that it was the middle office, and so the other room was the one we were looking for. We now know the fireplace connects the two rooms, but how is that significant? You're not going to suddenly name the old lady as the masked killer now? She couldn't move at all because of her stiff hip. So she couldn't have been the one. And unfortunately, I believe that the fireplace has nothing whatsoever to do with Damask's murder. Yeah, I don't think it has something to do with Damask's murder. But I think it does have something to do with Cochin's murder. This guy. The guy from last case, he died, unfortunately. Sorry. Complete. Okay, is this the point in which we get to do the, It would appear the answer has made itself known. You're making quite a confident face there, Mr. Prosecutor. Look at my finger, tee. That's the vibe I'm getting from her. That's great. Bring it on, I'm ready to counter any argument you may have. Very well, if you're prepared, I'll show you exactly where my deductions have left me. I'm counting on you, Edgeworth. Leave it to me, Larry. My first attack will be to expose your life. What to do with ears. What? I know there's still something you're keeping from the rest of us, but why is it you won't believe me? Curse you, I know I should hurry up and die. I'll confess to every murder and then kill myself and throw everything into mass confusion. Mate, no. You made some wonderful friends as a child. Larry, I only have one thing to say to you. Even if you make a face at me, it's no use. A man who's ready to die is strong-willed, you know. It doesn't matter what sort of harebrained trouble you've caused. I only ask you don't lie to me. If you can cause an innocent person to be judged unfairly because of some insipid lie, I will never forgive you. Edgy. Though, allow me to say that I consider you to be among the innocent in this case, because you're too fucking stupid to handle the other cases. And that I will draw the real killer out. Look, here's a picture of the real killer. He's got a sad face. You can trust me. This time, I'll tell you the whole truth. Just what happened will do. If you tell me as to what you did up on the roof tonight, please, and be regular, and don't be like, haha, I was looking for a place to go. Yeah. Anyway, let's get up on the roof. After the show, I left a pushcart in the Rose Garden. I came to the embassy. Then they took a picture of me shaking hands with the ambassador. After that, until my next appearance, I had some free time, so I wandered around. That's when I spotted the chimney. A chimney like that's like a rare thing, you know. So I wanted to play Santa and decided to have it to try. What is wrong with you? I thought I'd finished telling you to not lie. But it's kinda ultra so embarrassing. What exactly is ultra embarrassing, you can't tell me? Edgy, man, I said it was embarrassing. Oh, is this what this bit? As you up here, I command you to hurry up and expose this man's lie. I can think of, it's gonna be this, right? The letter from the stalker. I'll be it's gonna be Mindy, that says. Not... I'm assuming it says Mindy and not Wendy. I'm assuming it says Windy, I guess Wendy, Mindy, one of them.
Mindy, I'll be descending on you from above tonight, your loving knight. I'm assuming it's that, right? It's gonna be that. Windy's nuts! Oh my god! Okay. Okay, let's do this. Took a picture after the show. I left the podcast in the rose garden and came to the. You wait in the rose garden.
You left the pushcart? Yes, the wheels of the pushcart covered in dirt. It would have been a maze of the floor inside, so Ambassador Alba said to just leave it. It would rather be impolite to dirty another country's embassy. You to think of it, I recall seeing the Pink Princess on my way in. What was she doing? Nothing in particular, because she was being carried out with some docks on a stretcher. She must have been incapacitated by the pain of her bad hip she suffered. So, I came to the embassy, right? And then... Okay. What did you do up on that roof? You suddenly wanted to play Santa and nothing else? Well, I dressed up as Santa once before already. You know, I know that he did because he was down on God Lake. That was 1-4. I appreciate it if you wouldn't drudge up some unnecessary memories for me. This was the time in which, you know, Von Karma, you know, did all of his stuff. Do. I say bad to the bone. Sounds like you guys share a lot of history. Perk to being childhood friends, huh? It's not a felony to dress up and play Santa. Santa doesn't go around killing people after he comes down a family's chimney. Actually, yes, I believe the case this man playing Santa is actually quite a big deal. I don't know why we're objecting to this, but I'm going to assume we are. You saying your buddy isn't exactly made of Santa quality stuff? Well, you hit the nail on the head, Agent Lang. Edgy, that's mean. Tell me something, Larry. Did you know that Santa's job is to deliver presents to people all over the world? Of course I know. I did graduate from junior high. In that case, it's your turn to tell me something. I want you to tell me whom you were delivering a present to. A child not basking in the warm glow of love? Objection. That must be the most elegant description of you I've ever heard. But a lie is still a lie. You know how to sure kick a guy when he's down. What does it mean? Wendy, right? Because he assumed it was Mindy. Interesting taste you have there. Don't spread lies. He assumed it was Mindy's girlfriend. I totally didn't want to see this old bag so much I'd going down a chimney. Ow! I advise you to stop right there and you're bashing of a lady. Well, I must admit that myself hardly ever time to want to run into that lady. However, what if you were misinformed and under the wrong impression? Define wrong impression. I mean, the man before you thought to enter the old lady's room without knowing one important fact. This one.
Take that!
I'd like for you to take a look at this piece of evidence. No way! It's not really important, right? That's a new sprite of his as well, because of the fact that the original one of his was like his teeth were bigger. That's why I refused to take a look at it. Be quiet and take a look. Well, if you say so, but only because if you say so. Some people never change, even if their attitudes do change at the whim of women. So what's up with that? Well, it's proof you ever knew existed. Is that all? What? I'm getting on the ropes now. Was that piece of evidence unrelated to the question? Oh, I thought it would be... I need to think through this one more time. Oh, I thought it was, what have we got that could also be a... Because I assumed it said Mindy, but... Oh. It's the other thing that also features Mindy. I swear, like, you could have presented either of those things. That's stupid. He's definitely into that, probably. There's something for the old lady received from employer for that night. The girl who normally plays the Pink Princess, Mindy, was it again? It seems that this man is quite taken with that actress. That's not true, Edgy. She's the one with the hots for me, I know it. I can feel her sexy beam piercing my heart. Ow. You're filthy, despicable, inconsiderate, fickle, idiotic, cowardly. Oh my god, she's saying something other than fool for once?
Holy shit, someone gave her that thesaurus. A apparition of a man. You haven't matured at all since we last met.
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. This guy has got bigger problems than just getting involved in murders, I take it. I suppose you could put it that way.
What the heck, man? Why'd you have to make me out support murder? What's a bad guy? Do. Anyway.
To return to the original topic, I propose that at least this much has been made clear. Without any knowledge that Miss Mindy had fallen ill, Larry tried to make his way into the Pink Princess's room. That much we know for sure.
Oh, he was being a creep on the fucking chimney. We love him. Hey, gee, looks like they've got the hang of this court thing.
We're not in court.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Shut mate. I see what's going on here, and it looks like what you do in court.
I guess old boy here still has something he'd like to say. Lang Zi says until the root of the tongue dries, one never knows the whole truth. You shouldn't form conclusions until everything's out in the open, which is why I'll listen.
And get ready to listen to me defeat Etchy in a battle of wits. Have you forgotten that I should lose your victory prize? That should I lose, your victory prize will be your arrest.
Cool.
See, all I wanted to do was go visit Mindy. Well, he just was standing and climbed up the chimney, but the smoke was really thick. It was a case of mistaken identity, and that mistake made me late for the speech. I can't suspect in a murder. But why would I ever put through such intimidation on purpose? Because of the thingy that we literally just presented to him. It's the thing we just presented. Someone say something.
Are you trying to submit this not as a confession, but as testimony?
What? A claim is a claim, claiming my claim. Do you have a problem? So it was you. You're my stalker. I should warn you, it doesn't matter what kind of flattery you throw. As long as Edgy pull. Oh god. I'm so inspired. You're such an inconsiderate, cowardly, idiotic, and all-around completely worthless man. I do like the fact that they've actually, like, given him...
I thought it was something ominous just now, but perhaps it was just my imagination. I believe there's nothing further for me to prove.
You still have to show some proof. Everything's evidence in court. You're just trying to make this game longer than it already is. We're not even on part 2 yet, and apparently there's like 8. I don't even think we're gonna finish the first half. Like, unless I do 6 hours, which I think 5 will be the cutoff here. Because, oh my god, I'm totally a pro.
If you wish to see the evidence, then let me show you the last piece of evidence you'll ever wish to see.
It's the thing I literally just presented. It is the literal thing I just presented to him. All I want to do is go meet Mindy. It's the last one. The thing I just presented. Come on, come on.
Don't even think about denying you have knowledge of this letter.
Hey! Why are you showing that thing to me? Wendy, I'll be descending on you from high above. Isn't that romantic?
But you weren't able to descend on her from above.
Oh, I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't remember a thing.
Objection, you can pretend to be ignorant all you'd like, but it's written right here. This letter proves you were not out to meet the old lady, but rather you were attempting to pay Miss Mindy a visit.
Take that!
Larry, I suggest you take up penmanship letters. If you never wish to experience this kind of embarrassment ever again.
What the heck? You talking about? Speak English. You wrote Mindy so sloppily it became a Wendy to the average eye. Stop picking on me. It's so embarrassing.
There, isn't that what childhood friends are for? They're the best for punching.
But that will have to wait until we're off this crime scene. Love the fact that Lang is immediately going, yeah, you can punch him, fair enough. Edgy.
If you're willing to make amends, starting with your incredibly embarrassing mistakes.
That wasn't me. It's a fake. Just set me up. Accept your defeat graciously, please. I really don't want to have to go on.
There we go, sorry, I had a cough and I was like, oh god. You guys are being so mean! Penmanship analysis. What's that? No matter who, all people have certain unique features to their handwriting. All we have to do is compare the handwriting to a sample of yours. I'll know soon as what it was that sent that letter. I'll never write another thing in my life! Oh, it's no use, Mr. Loving Knight. You've already provided me with a sample of your handwriting. This. Your autograph and our mysterious letter. If we compare the handwriting, we'll know the answer to our question soon enough. Oh. Confess now, Larry, to your miserable failure. I'm sorry. I did it. It was me causing trouble again. I admit it. Hit the nail right on the head, Edgy. So he finally confesses. I saw the pink princess being carried around and I got worried. I wanted to go to Mindy's room, but the doctors wouldn't let me in. So what choice I have? Your mind jumped from the door to the chimney. What a criminally overactive imagination. I'm surprised you didn't go for the revolving fireplace. Well, at least I was honest and wrote Mindy a letter. That way she wouldn't be so shocked when it came down through the chimney. Except for the fact that letter was an utter failure at conveying its sentiment. I'm really sorry. You may be a shameful, good-to-nothing blight on the face of humanity. However, I always knew you weren't the killer, so I told you to trust me. Because at the very least, I can attest about you. Edgy, you're... Ow. We've lost a lot of valuable time because of you. Ow. Yeah, we have. Oh my god, why is this part taking so long? In any case, I can say that we know now exactly what happened. Mr. Larry Bath sought to climb down the chimney, not for access to the crime scene, but to enter the room of the elderly lady next door. Great job, Mr. Prosecutor, although I still find it a bit unbelievable the two of you are friends. But the suspicion on that guy over there isn't completely resolved, so don't get any funny ideas. Oh, what does the Wolfman mean when I'm not off the hook? He means the murder weapon. There are 2 layers of suspicion hanging over your head. That's exactly what I mean. I may have figured out where he was and what he was doing, but the bloodstained samurai sword that was left at the crime scene. As if there's no satisfactory explanation for that, this wolf will refuse to ease up on his bite. Edgy! He's gonna take a bite out of me! I'm well aware, and you should be as well. This upcoming battle will be crucial. Thanks to the cooperation of your lovely bumbler, I've been dealt a very nice hand, a sweet trump card. Looks like we're about to enter the final bout. Now, Mr. Prosecutor, let's see what you've got. I'm assuming in this part. Let's go. The real problem for me is figuring out what the real murder weapon is. This will be a high-stakes gamble. But this is one game I can't afraid to lose. Cool. Why, Larry? I was the one who found the body of the victim, Master Mass second. Beside him was the samurai sword, glittering red and offering up the scent of blood. I was supposed to be able to see old samurai's dressing room, but I found it here. Plus, I found the murder weapon's owner, the suspect, is Larry, in here too. Okay. His owner wanted to sneak onto the crime scene. I think that's plenty to go on. You're alluding to his reason for being by the chimney. We've already established it. Not so fast. Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. You two are longtime friends. Who's to say you didn't fabricate the evidence to give him an alibi? He's a fucking dumbass. I probably wouldn't do that. No. You're accusing me of fabricating evidence? Ow. Bonked my head. You think I can believe anything you produce? Forging evidence is all you prosecutors do. This has found us some serious issues with prosecutors. Come on! I can't think something up as complicated as that. Well, Larry, I can agree, because I know you and your personality well. However, Agent Lang knows nothing about you, or me for that matter. I sense his hatred for any entire profession emanating from his entire being. Meaning, the only way I can prove Larry's innocence is to present irrefutable evidence. We need to present evidence, then.
Hold it!
I think it's going to be something about the sword. I don't know whether we have to, I don't know whether we're going to have to present the the thing on the spear on this statement, or whether we're going to press him first. But I'm going to press him first and see.
Littering red and offering up blood? Do I have to spell it out for you? I mean the sight and smell, and according to the test, the blood and the sword belongs to the victim. Made to use only on stage, so it's not sharp. But it is pretty weighty, so it's certainly heavy enough to have beat someone to death with. Believes me, the victim was beaten to death with the sword. Beaten to death, huh? Our statement is too important.
Okay, so then it's gonna be... covered in the victim's blood. I spoke to beat him to death. It's gonna be the spear, because he knocked it against a wall and it broke. Yeah.
Do you know what this is, Agent Lang? Long spear, right? We used to use those a lot in my country. Piercing, mowing people down. Spears are the weapon of heroes throughout the history.
It's the next most effective weapon after the whip.
And the whip's a slightly different category. What's your point? You gonna tell me the spear's a real weapon? No, I simply want you to take a look at the section. The way it's bent? Precisely, apparently a certain troublemaker hit it against a wall in this embassy. And as you can clearly see, the insides of the steel samurai's weapons are hollow. In other words, they're replicas that aren't strong enough to deal a damaging blow, let alone the multiple strikes necessary to bludgeon someone to death. And yet, there's not even a dent in the samurai sword. How'd you explain that?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the sword and spear are made of the same stuff, so they bend easily. I wish they'd make them out of better stuff, because the spear got bent. I wasn't even able to do my special early summer rain jab move. That's an earful from the director of the play for not doing it. The Steel Samurai's special move was changed tonight because of him?
Yo! That's more than enough, you'll find it whimpering. Back on the topic.
Let's return to the real topic. Thank you very much, Francisco. Which is where the real gamble begins.
Let's go gambling!
I don't have a real strategy per se, so all I can do for now is let the chips fall where they may.
Using guesswork and taking risks in place of real logic is hardly the one karma of age. It's neither very smart nor very clear.
Miss Von Karma, as you know, unlike your father, I'm not a genius prosecutor. Plus, I doubt his record of a 40-year win streak will ever be broken. But perhaps it's for the best if it remains that way. But no one should have conceived the notion to convict all defendants in the first place.
What a foolishly foolish statement. I'm a foolishly foolish fool who hates to lose. It's the job of a prosecutor to make sure all defendants are found guilty. There's nothing more important than the perfect victory. Girl, no!
That may be your opinion, however, I don't believe that that's all we are. As a prosecutor, what I pursue is not the perfect victory, but the perfect truth. And if that means the bridge I must cross will crumble beneath my feet, then let it crumble as I walk on. Not so fast. You're good at keeping me entertained. You know humans are delicate creatures. The slightest bump and we expire. I'd like you to consider, if you will, the possibility the sword was used in such a way the attack killed Damask without bending it. What do you think of my hypothetical? I think you know what to do here and what you need. Of course, what I need is evidence even he can't refute. This is it. It's time to bring this to a close. Bending it, huh? Ooh. Okay, here we go. It's possible to use a samurai sword to kill someone, and under these circumstances, it's the only logical conclusion. We searched the embassy top to bottom, but the victim's blood is only on that weapon. So, isn't it only natural suspicion would fall into the owner of said weapon? Okay. How long do you intend to hang on to that preposterous theory? As long as I want, because we examined every corner. There's no stone we've left unturned. And have managed to come up with only one logical conclusion. Either that or the killer is just hiding it on them.
Hold it!
What about the Yatagarasu's key? Left a no stone unturned, is that a fact? You got something to say, then say it in the only way I respect. Yes, of course. In that case, allow me to make it all crystal clear.
Okay. I mean, no, but I'm assuming we're not going to press that one because of the fact that he will just kind of go, nuh-uh. It's the only logical... I'm going to press it anyway.
May I inquire as to how you'll make such a claim? Lang Z says, capable of miracles beyond comprehension, a mysterious creature is man. While the man its Lang's quotes that are getting increasingly incomprehensible. The human body is a mysterious thing, even with a toy-like sword, it's easy to kill a man if you hit the right spot. Which is why I think it's possible to kill with this thing without leaving a dent.
Hold it!
Hold it. We can only be sure one way or the other and seeing if the wound matches. I know that. As long as it's a possibility, I can proclaim it as much as I like. Edgeworth is edging.
Hold it!
But you must know your conclusion is wrong. Given the circumstance I'm in, the only people I can trust are my subordinates, because they're much further trustworthy than you prosecutors will ever be. I'm just gonna press whatever I get. You call yourself a professional. You still don't see? You have to earn my trust, and the only way to do that is show me proof. What about this one? This one feels like something I should press. Yeah, he talks about it quite weirdly. The only place where you can find blood was on the samurai sword, huh? That's right, even with Luminol. Which is Emma's whole thing. Which means there are no other possibilities outside from what I've already outlined. Do I have a problem? I'm gonna say yes, assuming that he's gonna give me something extra. If you believe there's no other door of possibility left to open, then allow me to force one open. And how do you plan to do that? By showing what's possibly maybe the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon. I'd hate to repeat myself, but the men have searched every inch. They conclude nothing could have been used. Knowing these facts, you still want to press forward? Yes, I do. Because it's not possible your men inspected everything. What do you mean? Well, I don't appreciate mind games, and I don't appreciate when people use slander my men. Hold it. I'm not slandering them, I assure you. I'm merely pointing their investigation. Dragnet has a few holes. Namely, there's something your men couldn't lay a finger on. Oh, the statues, because of the fact that they were told that only 2 people could touch it. That item is the real murder weapon. Alright then, I'll play along. The real weapon that killed the Master II, what is it? The statue, right? There's Babahl's. The Allebahst one. Yeah, you have to remember, because there's 2 different statues in the court record that are basically the same. The Primado statues. The National Treasure of Allebahst. You mean the Primado statue? And as you know, only the ambassador and his secretariat may touch it. Yeah, which I believe that neither you nor your men were able to examine it. Oh, he's laughing. You know very well if we did that there'd be an incident between the Kingdom of Allebahst and the Republic of Babahl. Their precarious relationship teeters in the balance over a stupid fight related to a sovereignty statue. But I'll be damned if I let something go unexamined. Agent Lang, if you could take a good look at this. The direction the statue is facing just before and after the crime are different. Oh, so you could have also presented that. Okay. There's only one conclusion I can draw. Go look for Ambassador Albert and give him the okay to examine.
You can't listen to the Symphony's words. Let's try to trick you.
Let's be rational. Lang Z says, just go.
Yes, sir.
Shifu. Yeah?
Really sorry, but I was unable to convince. I was unable to obtain permission.
I see.
Right, but the investigation's at a standstill. Agent Lang, I will go speak with the ambassador personally.
Save your breath, he may act all weak and frail, but that old man's one tough cookie. I guess we gotta be tough when you're representing a country. Agent Lang, what do you want? Let's hurry up and examine the statue.
Shifu!
Quiet. I'll take the fall if I have to. I love Lang just going, screw it, I'm gonna do it.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, the hypothesis is mine, so if someone has to take the responsibility, let me be me. Responsibility? If we're gonna talk, then maybe I should let you. The real problem if something were to happen to me. Alright, let's talk more investigating. Action must be taken. Lang, I'd like to run a luminol chemiluminescence test. A luminol chemiluminescence test on the statue. Okay, that was a word. A luminol test, good thinking. Victim is the murder weapon, some of the victim's blood. Okay, I'll get the forensics team in here. Oh, on the head. Looks like you're the jackpot, Mr. Prosecutor. I guess this means this is the real weapon that killed the mask. But I wouldn't celebrate. This doesn't let your friend off. Doesn't prove he didn't kill him, so the charge remains. Well, are they done examining the statue, Lang? Knowing it is the real weapon, I believe further examination is required. You think so? Okay, knock yourself out. Sword. With a sword drawn and ready, there's a centaur of valor. Lang Zi says that those who hold a sword hold an equally strong will. Said the weapon on one holds reflects the whatever. What if it's created as a show of the country's majesty? What does Franzi's web say about her character? It says I'm ready to exact punishment on those who would break the law. Why are you glaring at me? I believe in your case she wishes to exact punishment. There's a shield. I wonder if that's supposed to mean his back is covered. Lang Zi says this was a shield. Oh. Deflect all enemies behind him. It means he's ready for any blindside attacks that come his way. Agent Lang, there's no need to attach overly complex meanings if it was such a simple thing. You didn't seem to get Lang Zi's saying, so I was explaining it. The saying itself is what I was referring to when I said overly complex. Oh yay, I got an achievement! We're examining both the sword and the shield. There's a handprint. What do we have here? It looks like a handprint. Oh, that's a definite piece of evidence. Looks like we've got some fingerprints. Worst case scenario, these fingerprints belong to Larry. But it looks like it's too late for me to do anything. It looks like it's soot. From the, somebody's right hand. It is somebody's right hand. And it looks like soot, so maybe they're, they went into the fireplace. Forensics guy, I want results on these fingerprints.
I didn't know I have the analysis results.
Well, that was quick. I don't think that's how that works, but okay, sure. Welcome to Ace Attorney. And...
But the prints we left from the bar with the statue, well, you know the victim of the murder? The prints belong to Manny Cochin.
Oh! That's... What's going on around? What's going on? That's impossible. Each primitive statue can only be handled by someone of that country. Oh, wait, maybe they've been switched. Maybe the two statues have been switched. Because someone was looking. Oh. I think the two statues have been switched because of the fact that I think maybe one country was looking to get the actual one knowing that theirs is a fake. Yeah, I think it's definitely been switched. But by the very fact Mr. Cochin's fingerprints on this one leads me to only one conclusion. This statue is actually Babahl's statue.
Impossible, it can't be.
Oh.
Ah.
Larry never once set foot on Babahl's soil, so he was free to go. But this new piece of information only served to confuse us even further. The ringleader of a smuggling operation was killed with an Allebahst knife in Babahl. And Damas II was killed on Allebahst soil with Babahl's national treasure. Are we literally fighting a countrywide case? Yes. So we're in an embassy that belongs to two different countries, and they're trying to basically outsmart each other. And the mystery of the Great Three of Yatagarasu, we visited both. I've yet to see the big picture we had to perform. Didn't we literally just say the fireplace could rotate, so it would be really easy to get between places? But okay. To be continued, that is part 2! Part 2 done. But apparently there's like 8 of them, so I have to be very careful. I've lifted the Damas II investigation of Francisco and returned to Babahl. I suppose my first order of business should be to look into Babahl's statue.
Mr. Edgeworth!
She's back. Okay, what's the situation?
Oh, it's great. Investigating's so much fun.
They've made absolutely no progress. We weren't goofing off on this, so we've been investigating our hearts out. Would you care to give me an update? I've had a really fun time. I knew it. 0 progress. Of course they have. In any case, Detective Gumshoe,
Yes, sir.
you have my permission to enter the Allebahst embassy.
Yup.
As a local detective, I'm helping out with investigations on both sides. In that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. Okay, anything referring to Wendy or Beck. These belong to the lady under the pink princess's mask.
The Pink Princess? What kind of lady was playing her?
The kind that was also playing the role of the pink badger yesterday.
Oh, understood, sir.
If I happen to run into her, I'll give him back to her. If I don't, I guess I'll unload him somewhere. He doesn't seem enthusiastic to go find her, but I can't blame him. It's not that far off from reality, yeah. They just went with they just ended up going with the politician case. It's so bad. No, then I don't believe I'll be needing this anymore either.
What? You really gonna throw that autograph away?
Because that Steel Samurai was a fake. Steel Samurai's autograph scrunched up into a ball and disposed of. Yeah, because I'm hoping that he meets Willpower someday and he gets an autograph of Will.
What do you mean by fake?
I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Okay, cool. So we've got... yeah. Nice. Okay. I think I'm gonna do another BRB because I need another bathroom break because it's been another hour and a half. I think we're gonna run for another hour and a half until it hits 5 hours. And so hopefully that should be enough time to finish the next segment. And so that means that we will be doing a... yeah, this case is boring without Phoenix. Where's my Yaoi? I know. So I will be back in about 5 minutes. So... go have a snack or something for a second.
There we go, we have returned. Right, let's finish up this part, I think. Because I think I can keep going for another hour and a half, I think. We'll keep going until about 5, and then we will finish. I think we can finish I think that'll get us to the middle, maybe? Which means we'll be probably doing a very long one on... We'll probably be doing quite a long one on Sunday. So we may start earlier and we may end a bit later, so be aware of that one. Because that one's going to be possibly the longest finale we can do. Might even go to 5.5 hours depending on how things are going.
And the stage is also said to be renovated.
You know, I'd love to perform on a stage like this. Something like the greatest great thief show.
I should think it'd be a bad idea for a thief to show their face to the world.
I'm not going to back to Allebahst already.
No, I still need to go back. Bags full of cement powder are stacked up here. I suppose they're for the renovation.
I don't smell a drop of gold here, or any other treasure for that matter.
The only scent you should detect in a place like this is the smell of sweat. Mr. Edgeworth, that was pretty good playing words.
Tell me you don't randomly jump onto one of our dialogues.
You eavesdropping on us, Detective Gumshoe. It's not like that, sir.
Okay, let's go and talk to this guy.
There's a sign around warning passers-by to take precautions around this renovation site.
They're really going all out hard. There's construction going on everywhere.
I believe Ambassador Palino said it was attract more tourists and visitors, but...
What can they do with the new stuff they're building? What do you think they should do, Edgeworth?
How about transforming it into a courthouse?
Be serious.
You're back now, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be tired. With these you can eat whatever you like. These are... discount tickets for our cafeteria. They open tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I appreciate the concern, however these coupons do nothing for me right now. This open-air stage, what function does it serve? Well, normally we use it for a variety of events. It's all to attract the extra bit of attention to Babahl. Tonight over in the Allebahst and Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. Manny told me I should really give a speech too. Mr. Cochin told you that? Which is why I thought I should give a speech of my own. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to, because of the fire the Yatagarasu started. Exactly. Ambassador Palino, I'd like to ask you a little more about the Primido statues. I see. Well, let me ask you this. Do you know that Allebahst and Babahl used to be one country? Yes, we know. I know that much about your history. Oh, the Primido statue belonged to the founders of Cohdopian.
Ba-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-da-ba-da. Give me a second. I think we'll be right. Cool. That's this one.
At least that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed upon the king of Cohdopian as a symbol of the country's wealth. It was set up as a symbol of sovereignty and a right to rule. That's right, which is why both countries are so adamant. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule. Pretty petty. Allebahst and Babahl were to re-establish. Shouldn't that put an end to the squabbling over the statue? I have no reason to believe so. The Primido statue is even more important as a key to diplomacy.
What if Ambassador Palino knows about what's happened to the very important key to diplomacy? Perhaps I should try showing him this key.
Ambassador Palino, there's one thing I'd like to ask you. Don't worry, you can ask me more than just one thing. In exchange, I expect to be coming to Babahl. Thank you, but one thing's all I require. Manny Cochin, I'd like to ask you about this man who was your secretary. Sure, I'll tell you what I know. Thank you for your cooperation, Ambassador. Yes, well, if I had to put it in one word, he was an able man. If there was anything I ever needed, he was able to get it. To think a man like that had a hand in smuggling ring right under my nose. Actually, I suppose it because he was an able man, I was unable to detect his dirty dealings. Sound like Mr. Coach in a very sharp mind. Recently, Manny's been busy, since I became the Babahlese representative at the Country Unification Council, which we also call CUC. It's the better name, obviously.
Why is the Country Unification Council called... Why is it called CUC? Why?
Because we're cucking the other country, obviously, with our Primador statue.
Stupid. Anyway.
He's been working tirelessly to cover my work. I'm sorry, but what is this Country Unification Council? Once again, it's CUC! We at tonight's events proceeded without a hitch. Our countries were to reunify. I guess with how things turned out, that dream won't be realized. I suppose not.
Okay, we have to present him with something, I think, right?
So this key can become a knife, that's some trick. The key was originally stolen from your embassy. Yes, this is fascinating.
You listening to me at all?
It's fascinating.
Okay, cool. Maybe this? Because this one's the right one, right? I think this one's the right one?
Ambassador Polino, if you could please take a look at this.
The Primador statue in Allebahst actually belongs to Babahl.
So it would appear. I received a call from Miss Von Karma.
I understand why I wish to inspect Babahl's Primador statue, because the statue currently in your country's possession.
I've already inspected it myself. It's definitely Allebast's. I know because it's the real one.
And you're saying Babahl's was a replica?
I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew that someday it would be exposed. I received my orders from the leader of Babahl, and I was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba.
So Babahl's is the,
It's fascinating, sir. Did you hear me? It's fascinating.
Sir, I don't think you're listening to it.
It's fascinating. Sir, it's fascinating.
Listen to me! Anyway. Anyway.
I was to negotiate with Alba.
So yeah, Babahl's is the fake one, apparently. Okay. So which means the one standing up is fake.
I was to negotiate with him and fix the results, to say we could not determine which statue is the real one.
Why are you telling me this?
Well, because you already figured it out. Our statue is a solid gold shell. Even if Babahl were to lose face, the reunification of the country is what's important. And right in thinking, I'm not making a mistake. If you don't know yourself, I won't pretend to know either. I never thought that being betrayed by your own secretary, the real symbol of wealth would be given to me. Isn't it ironic?
Okay, cool. I don't know. Okay, so you haven't got anything else I can present to him. And these guys? Oh, I can talk to Gumshoe.
Mr. Edgeworth, you look like you're enjoying yourself, detective. Well, I don't much so enjoy as much as a good investigation, sir.
So, what'd you find out?
I think he's found nothing of particular use. Actually, I got something really interesting from Ambassador Polino. And what's this something interesting? They call me it's called CUC.
It's stupid.
This, sir.
That's so pretty. It's so jealous. That's a real treasure.
Why does the flame burn green, detective? So apparently, if they burn the special wit crystal oil they only make in Babahl, it burns this green colour. Interesting, so it's a special property of the oil. I suppose this is a ploy to force people to visit Babahl should the oil run out.
Hey, Gummy, what about these silhouettes?
They stuck some cars at the inside of the lantern so to protect the images. Silhouettes, huh? They are rather pretty, aren't they?
What am I doing? I was supposed to be asking for an update.
What's wrong, sir? There's something I want to investigate. You think that could do me? You got it, sir.
That's not fair. Why does Gummy get to do all the fun stuff?
Well, that's because I'm Mr. Edgeworth's partner.
I can't believe you took advantage of the confusion and stole my role as assistant.
I expect the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this.
Silhouette lantern. Runs on wood crystal oil which burns green. It's a bubbly souvenir. Cool. Okay, cool. That's a decent one.
Where are you going? You're heading back to Allebahst?
But before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what's happened.
Oh, I see. You met old bag again. Ew. I told you should arrest that evil woman. There's been a murder in both countries using an object from the other country.
That's the gist of it. Babahl is just as strict as Allebahst in the inspection of the people and things that enter their country, meaning somehow both murder weapons were smuggled into the two countries. That's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed to both countries.
You mean the fake Yatagarasu?
Probably. Callisto's probably here somewhere.
In one way or another, the Yatagarasu is connected, of this I'm sure. Now then, where was the Yatagarasu first spotted? I believe it was the rose garden on the Allebahstian side. The garden's just on the other side of the boundary. It's where Ambassador Alba was supposed to give a speech. At least that's when I heard the Yatagarasu had appeared. In that case, it's vital I investigate the rose garden.
Wait, before you go, take a look at this.
What is it?
I guess it's a guitar pick. Oh, it's that, there should be a country called Yapalese where people just yap non-stop. Isn't that just all of Ace Attorney, though? That is just all of Ace Attorney. Oh, that's the, thingy that's missing from this. The thing she's just given me is a, it's from the thing.
My guess it's a guitar pick. I picked it up just now over there. Do you think it'd be of any use?
There's a little water, but how'd the water get on it? Doesn't look like anything could get wet from around here.
I was thinking they have concerts here at an open air stage from time to time, right?
Alright, I'll find its owner later.
So this is gonna be a... This is just... Okay. Okay, you beautiful yapping human, give me that.
There's one more thing.
Oh, another thing.
Would you be willing to hold on to this?
What's this?
It's misused perfume. It's the bottle that woman left behind that I found 7 years ago. I thought one day it'd be of use in tracking her down, so I kept it safe.
Thank you, I'd be honest to hold it on to you.
Okay, well, it's just been there for 7 years. Okay, cool. I guess we're going to the rose garden.
I think I'll be returning to the investigation at Allebahst, but...
I know, I'll go back to Babahl and do some more investigating.
Okay, let's go to that rose garden. Oh, hey, Lang. Give me a second. Boop. There you go.
I see you're back, Miles.
Oh, it's no, that's not Lang. That's I see you're back, Edgeworth. How are things in Babahl? I can't say much more than Scruffy and that girl.
The investigation into Manny Cochin's death hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation into the Yatagarasu has.
The Yatagarasu. Even now I find it hard to believe. A person who can freely traverse between the two countries at will. Preposterous. It's the revolving fireplace. I'm sorry. Girl, it's a revolving fireplace.
Well, that's what I came here to investigate. This is where witnesses claim to have seen the Yatagarasu.
Ambassador Alba was to keep a speech right here in Allebahst. And that's when the Yatagarasu appeared. Oh, it's the, from what I think, it's gonna be this, right? The silhouette lantern. I'm assuming. I'm assuming it's the silhouette lantern because of the fact that it projects stuff from the lantern. And because of the fact the background of the flag is green and white, you won't be able to tell. I think that's what it is, personally, but I don't know whether I'm right. We'll find out. The shadow of a mysterious thief appeared, and suddenly it vanished. After that, there was the fire at the Babahlese embassy. Is that Sissel from Ghost Trick? Okay, no. After the Yatagarasu started.
I vow that not a single feather from the Yatagarasu shall escape my diligence.
Begin investigation. Okay.
There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance.
Well, it's just not for aesthetics. This pool's water also used in putting out fires.
I see.
Oh. The pool stopped filling itself automatically. The fountain spouts are supposed to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level. So this is why it's wet. So this is why the thingy's wet, because of the fact that it's been near the pool.
This water's supposed to put out fires. I suppose it must have been refilled.
It's just this pool was recently used. Yeah, to put out a fire. Okay. Oh, for fuck's sake, why is he back? Ah! How dare you surprise me? I'm sorry. Oh, hey, Edgeworth, thank you.
Your gratitude alone is enough. Now leave me. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment.
I know that. Do you really think I'm just the kind of hero to jump into a pool and swim around for fun?
Yes. Alright then, did you by chance fall?
Nice guess, but no dice. You know my son, right?
Your son?
I guess I kind of lost sight of him when I shook hands. And I'm pretty sure he was around here. You imbecile, how may you be flippant at a time like this? My son, Edgeworth, where is my son? What are you going to do if your son fell into the pool? And how old is that child of yours? Oh, how old is he again?
Larry, this is the first time I've heard of a son.
The mother, the chick, the pink princess.
Hold it!
Ms. Von Karma, I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. I believe what he's looking for is the doll of the Iron Infant.
Well, yeah, because I'm the Steel Samurai through and through, heart and soul. The Iron Infant is my cute little son. You have given a whole new meaning to the phrase "an astounding fool," Larry. Oh, for goodness sake. It's like going, my baby!
Oh, Larry, you're such a cute dumbass. Yeah. We've not seen hide nor hair of the Iron Infant. Rest assured, if we should find him, we'll let you know.
Sounds good. I'm gonna go search over there.
Wait. Well, it's not as if he'll get very far swimming around in a pool. Though he's unrelated to the murders, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. A statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady pouring water.
It says it's a statue of the queen who spoke of love to King Primado. Well, my eyes at first, it seems you are lousy at reading a woman's heart.
I opened my mouth about a statue and she somehow made the leap to that.
Ooh, there's a stage light.
There's no return spotlight here.
When the Yatagarasu appeared, the audience that was waiting started panicking. I suppose that's when someone locked it over.
I'm having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion.
Where were they standing? Like, behind the rose garden? I thought to use my whip to capture them, however, there were people in my way and I was unable to land even a single lash.
There's me, some other poor saps were hit instead.
What was that? What is the thing there? Oh. Oh, it's the roses that I've got to do. Okay.
It's possible Yatagarasu hid in these bushes.
Of course not, they're rose bushes. You've been spending so much time with Scruffy and that girl, they're rubbing off on you.
It's alright, we'll make out of your stupor.
Ow! The next time you feel like sleep talking, I'll whip you for real.
All I try to do is offer up a possibility, and
This is what I get.
Okay,
There's also this one. I'm assuming this is the King Primado.
this statue bears a resemblance to the Primado statue. The crack says King Primado in the battlefield. In order to save the Queen, Primado put his life on the line and went to war, so Primado was a person of royal blood. I thought it was someone simply imitating a character from a legend.
What surprises me, a real person who looked like the Steel Samurai existed.
Well, I suppose there's that too.
There's more.
There's some beautiful roses here. They appear to be well maintained.
You're being too nice, Edgeworth. The arrangement is devoid of any design sense. Roses only shine when they're grouped by one color per location. They lose their beauty when they're all mixed together like this.
I can't tell whether she's being sarcastic or not. Once I thought there's a rather serious look on her face, I'd rather leave it be.
I should really think the proper balance of those roses. Yeah, red and the white yellow down here would have worked together. Let's go gambling. 93, unfortunately. How much longer am I streaming for today? Probably another hour, but all of the VOD will be posted on my YouTube channel. or it will always be on Twitch anyway. This case is a really long one, and I'm attempting to try and do at least half of it today. So it might be another hour. Because it's going to split into a 5 and a 6, I think. Aw, dang it, Captain. What's how you doing? You should really rethink the proper balance. Okay, cool. What other stuff have we got? Hi, Lang. How you doing?
You finished checking out all the bystanders?
Yes, sir. We found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal pocketing, and 1 person ran a light.
Don't tell me you didn't find out anything related to the case.
Long, not wrong. Hell yeah.
Oh, sir, not a single thing.
Well, for now, let's just get those other lawbreakers down to the precinct. Agent Lang, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor, why are you feeling my fur on my coat? I'd like to thank you for your assistance. Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did. After I left, did you receive word from Alba? We're trying to wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of the day. Oddly enough, we received word from HQ to return home on an urgent matter. As if I can easily be called away from this case after I've come this far. I swear I'll find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're on with that. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Yatagarasu's appearance.
You weren't using an ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time, so naturally you witnessed when the Yatagarasu appeared, correct? Yeah, I saw the thief with my 2 eyes. The Yatagarasu was already there, looking in the shadows, but when the spotlights were turned on for Alba's sheep, a shadow appeared.
Yeah, so they were done with... Oh, yeah, I think I'm right. The spotlights were created with wit crystal oil and projected an image of the Yatagarasu to make people... Yeah, he always ends up in illogical situations. I think that it's the lanterns, the wit crystal oil lanterns that we have. These green ones. I think they're projecting a projection of the Yatagarasu on the back to make them believe they are in the Allebahst territory, whereas they're actually in Babahl at that point, in order to cause confusion.
A shadow appeared. That's when cries of "It's the Yatagarasu" rang out. Next second, the spotlight went out, and by the time we got the area lit, the deaf thief had vanished. We investigated afterwards. We found out the reason the lights went out was because someone had unplugged the extension plug. Whether it was someone doing it on purpose or simply a guess, we don't know. One thing is for certain, the Yatagarasu was here.
I don't think they were. Yeah, that's what I think is. Yeah, all you saw was the silhouette.
Objection!
If all you saw was a shadow, then it's the entire possibility the shadow belonged to someone else. I agree with Franziska for once.
Good thinking, you might be right. Room for the fact there was no one else with the same shape, not among the staff or the audience members. My men have already done a third check, so I know I'm right. Someone else's shadow. Sounds like a plausible hypothesis. The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. I believe I figured out its origin.
Now, let's hear what you know.
What really cast the shadow of the Yatagarasu? The spotlights, right?
Take that!
I think it's the spotlights. You can take a look at this. Don't you find it to be a bit suspicious?
Not at all.
As I thought, I'm merely testing you just now.
Ow! Oh, unless it's the pool thing. Yeah, Edgeworth is like a big brother to her. What really casts the shadow? Oh, it's gonna be this side, right? Was it this? Maybe? Maybe it's the statues.
Take that!
Maybe it's the statues? Yeah, oh, okay. I thought it projected the silhouette to make it look like it, but no. I think it was just the silhouettes were deliberately, or the spotlights were deliberately designed so that when it projected stuff, it did this.
The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. Is it not possible they were created by this statue?
Are you playing me for a fool, Edgeworth? The statue bears no resemblance.
Oh, correct. This statue is but one part.
Oh, the other half is the other statue.
Take that!
Okay. It's another statue.
The Yatagarasu's shadow was made from the shadows of these two statues.
Made? What do you mean by that?
The spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were moved when the guests were in a panicked state. However, if we were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared, you'll believe the true shadows will create the Yatagarasu shadow. Precisely. What as I revealed the true form of the Yatagarasu. We set a spotlight to cast a shadow of King Primado in the battlefield. The shadow of the king's statue would appear on the backdrop of the stage. We set a light upon the queen who spoke of love to King Primado. A silhouette would also appear. If we were to combine the two statues, it looks nothing like the Yatagarasu statue. Miles, how to explain this grotesque shape? Calm down. The way the light needs to be shone on the queen's statue is wrong. I believe the whole of the king's shadow needs to be used for the work. In the case of the queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. Rather, the person who created the shadow only used one part. And that one part alone is able to fill in the rest of the Yatagarasu's shadow. Why didn't you say that in the first place? You're right. I apologize. There. Think back to what was missing on our shadow. 5 long, thin areas. Now, what does that remind you of? That's right, it can only be the shadow of the queen's left hand. Please adjust the spotlight's position. So it only shines on the queen's left hand? Give it a try and see what we get. I don't think that's how that works, but okay, sure. I think it would appear a bit differently to what we originally thought of, but okay, sure, whatever. It is exactly like the shadow I saw. The culprit must have changed the spotlight's positioning beforehand, and then pulled the plug after people saw what the culprit wanted them to see. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we can assume was also a part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarasu's shadow had vanished, which means the shadow was a construct from the very beginning. I mean, roll with it, who cares? Yeah, I mean, at this point, who cares? The Yatagarasu never did visit the Allebahst tonight. The only country the thief visited was Babahl, although it can be assumed the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Allebahst. An accomplice, but who? I haven't figured that out yet, but I assume it was the person who set up the shadow show. The biggest clue yet to solving this case in the existence of this accomplice. Okay, assistant. Yay! Complete. Alright. Who's this? Oh, Bad!
How's the investigation going?
Detective Bad, you came to join us investigating the Yatagarasu?
I've lost the murder in Agent Lang's charge.
He's over there.
My only target from the very beginning is the Yatagarasu. So yeah.
What have you found out?
I got a piece of evidence.
May I see it?
Sure, but you might regret it.
We're here because we're ready to face whatever may come. If you please.
When people started the commotion, bystanders started gathering. And one woman claimed, I'm telling you, I'm a general international journalist. She gave me a picture.
A journalist? Oh, Lotta. He met Lotta. Dang. I now have a thing that whenever you rolled 69, it says nice, though. Gosh.
She's actually a freelance cameraman. This is the photo I got.
What in the world? The Yatagarasu was flying? Is this gonna be like the Max Galactica case all over again?
These times are changing. It's not just man, but evidence they lie to us now.
When was this photo taken?
Apparently right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you could see the embassy from.
So this was taken after the fire? I don't actually know either, to be fair. So basically, we're trying to figure out whether and how the 2 people were killed, because theoretically the weapons shouldn't have been able to be moved from one side or the other. But because we know that the fireplaces in the building share a chimney, they are able to be revolved around, which means that someone could have gone through using that fireplace. And because this is Ace Attorney, we're locked off from saying it's the fireplace for no apparent reason. Uneasy! Thank you so much for the raid! Holy heck!
Hey LK, how you doing? What have you been playing? Let's see. What have you been saying? You've been doing some Gartic Phone? Heck yes! I need to join you guys for some more Gartic Phone soon. Thank you for the follow! At the moment we're playing Ace Attorney, and we're playing the final case of the, investigations number 1. I'm Butterscotch, or just Scotch is fine, I don't mind. And I usually play visual novels and puzzle games, and sometimes also do art and music. Feel free to raid, feel free to run, and because you don't have to stay here, you can go to bed, get a snack, whatever you like, and have a lovely day. Let's do this.
The blur in this picture took off from the Babahlese embassy, flew over the boundary and headed for the embassy of Allebahst.
Objection! This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight.
Is that a fact? I mean, we did see Max Galactica, and he did get, like, pulled up by strings at one point.
I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once.
Yes, it is that one, yeah.
Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well.
Cool, actually. Yeah, Max Galactica from 2-3, and Iris / whoever from 3-5, I think. Or, no, it was Misty from 3-5.
Maybe it happens more often than we think.
I'm up to the task of solving the mystery. Well, the Yatagarasu did take off from the Babahlese embassy, so I should start from there. Francisca, I need to return to the Babahl investigation for a bit.
Alright.
Okay, guess we gotta go. Whee!
I'd continue investigating on this side of the building.
Alright, I'm counting on you.
Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Now come on, let's get back to our investigation.
Yes, let's.
Right, let's go! Oh, shift to run. Whee! Okay. Right, we need to go into here, I think. Cool.
Okay. To think after all that running around, we're right back where we started.
It would appear that way.
Oh,
Mr. Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth, there we go. Have you found Manny's killer yet?
I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Paleno, but I've yet to find his killer.
Well, then I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu.
Was the Maya voice? I don't know, I just kind of do K as Maya because they have they never appear in a case together, so...
Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilantes who's only out to steal the truth. They're effectively like a detective or something.
Miss Faraday, please don't make her such a sad face. If there's anything I can do, all you have to do is ask.
Mr. Paleno.
Actually, there's one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation. Sure, feel free to investigate to your heart's content. There's a few questions I would like to ask you personally, Ambassador. If it will bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, then it will gladly answer everything.
Thanks, Mr. Paleno. You're a total gentleman.
You don't have to waste such nice words on me.
Sir Paleno.
Those two sure got chummy awfully quickly.
You know, it's easy to say we're going to investigate, but where should we really begin?
We should probably start by comparing the state of the room before and after the fire. And then we should look into the matter of the suspicious person you spotted. They went through the fireplace. Oh my god, they went through the fireplace. What am I supposed to say other than they went through the fireplace?
When I came to the room, that person was already gone. But I'm willing to bet the person I was chasing is Mr. Chochin's killer, right?
It's probably Calisto. Like, Calisto's gotta come back. Like, she's missing and she's obviously gotta come back.
We don't know that yet. However, it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key the Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago was found here, it signals that perhaps Miss Yew is also somehow involved. Yeah, I believe that.
I knew it. That woman is most certainly Mr. Chochin's killer.
Yet again, we don't know that. There's too many mysteries to be solved. The fireplace. Speaking of the Yatagarasu, I received a most mysterious photo.
Uncle Bad, he's taking part in the investigation too.
He's been chasing after the Yatagarasu all these years.
Uncle Bad.
Now, I was told this photo was taken just after the fire.
It kind of looks like the person in the long coat.
Does this mean...
You know, I was chasing the fake Yatagarasu. After all, they probably dropped their coat out the window or something.
I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either. But this could be how that person escaped. We'll need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about it. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation. Okay, we can actually investigate the desk now. It appears Mr. Cochin's body has been taken in for an autopsy. Something about murder. Okay, we can actually investigate the desk now. It appears this area was heavily damaged by the fire.
Yeah, I get we should hurry up and start examining everything.
I won't rest. Okay, the ink. There's the bink. There's a bottle of Babahl's ink on Mr. Cochin's desk. And looks like there's still a lot less of ink left inside. The seal's unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink.
Hey, Mr. Paleno, it looks like your precious Babahl's ink is alright after all.
What? That's odd.
Hold it!
Why is it... Ambassador... What? What do you mean by that's odd?
Well, it's something strange about the ink.
Yeah, because it burns green. It's made of wick crystal oil, which burns green, so theoretically it should have burned in the fire. Would you mind elaborating on that statement? So we know that that's burned green, so we know that's something wrong.
So I guess embassy phones are just like normal phones.
What do you expect them to look like?
Well, I thought like Babahl's would look like a flower and the receiver would be a butterfly. It looked like the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from the flower vase.
If any country had a flower phone, it'd be Allebahst.
Well, then maybe the phone I envisioned would be back before when they were Cohdopian.
That's really no point asking me about something that never existed.
You know what you lack, Mr. Outworth? Curiosity and imagination.
Oh. There's only one book left standing here, Treasures of the World.
Wait, let me see that. Uh-huh. The most important part was blackened by the fire. Why?
The map of where the treasures have been located have been burnt. Okay, cool. Looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached.
Babahl gives away a load of coupons. Maybe I should create one of my own. I could call it the Great Thief Coupon. Then I could go stealing people.
What kind of discount would that net you?
Well, the 5-finger kind, what else? And I'd steal an extra thing or two for the bearer.
Things such as?
The truth,
What else would I steal? I hope she becomes like a detective. If we get Ace Attorney 7, bring Kay back. Because that might actually, like, give us something. But I wouldn't have to have a mountain of your coupons. Yeah, that's the thing we already know about. Cool.
Manny Cochin. Why did you put a nameplate with your name on it in your own office?
Well, I suppose it's to inform people in case they walked into the wrong room.
I think maybe it's to remind you of your own name if you forget.
Either way, it's never a bad thing to set up a nameplate on one's desk. Because Miles does it as well. Okay, there's nothing unusual. Oh, the drawer's open. But this desk also fell victim to the fire.
It doesn't look too damaged. Oh, I think we can rifle through this drawer.
I suppose we really should take a look. What's that? It's a rather unusual shape for a notepad.
I suppose it must be another souvenir. Seems like the contents of the drawer survived the fire. Now that's a sturdy desk. I guess that's the value of solid wood construction.
I think, wait, what have we got? What have we got for logic, right? We only got one thing for logic. Connected fireplace. Okay, we've got the logic for the revolving fireplace, but... Oh! We've got an orange note here. If I deduce that this is the same note, right? Will it work?
Eureka!
Urethra! That's it! The shape of this notepad matches the shape of the note we found.
You're right. What is it? Looks like something straight out of Monument Valley.
The notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. We've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them. I do seem to be passionate about it. Or would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it.
You sure they haven't been burnt to a crisp by the fire? Ambassador Paleno, I wonder if you might recognise the handwriting.
This looks like Manny's handwriting.
Why would Manny want to switch them? Ace Attorney thief called detective? Well, where have I seen that before? Stares in the Chronicles. Stares at Gina Lestrade. I don't know whether there are any more thieves who have turned detective. Unless turns out Gumshoe's part of the Yatagarasu. Oh my god, Gumshoe's the Yatagarasu, guys. He's a thief turned detective.
I see, in that case.
Do you figure something out?
This note was found in Allebahst. It was found being firmly grasped by the murdered Damask II.
Well, then this note...
It was a request from Mr. Cochin to steal the Primado statue. Why would he do that? Why would he ask for the two statues to be switched? And then... why would he ask for the two statues to be switched? And then decide to maybe set a fire? Is it because they want them to believe that the real one's gone?
What? Manny tried to steal Allebahst's Primado statue. But we know for sure if you could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were written by Mr. Cochin? I can gather a few and give them to you.
I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe to run the analysis.
Can't believe Manny would even think of doing something like that.
Do you have any idea as to why he would have requested the theft of the statue? In this case, I'm a new pope. Oh my god. I mean, black smoke coming out of the chimney means they haven't selected one yet, so there's not too late to become a cardinal. I'm kidding.
There's one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. If anything you can tell me would be of great help.
Okay, cool. What have we got else? Never hurts to take a little look. Okay, what if we... The stair.
Doesn't look all that broken, so why not you try sitting in it? Wait, you're always touching all sorts of things at crime scenes.
That's because I'm a prosecutor and it's part of my job.
My job's to be a great thief, so let me steal your gaming chair.
Which is exactly why you're not allowed to touch things. Okay, I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's everything on the desk. Cool. We've got the safe, but I think we should talk to him first.
Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask about your movements before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Which fire?
Which one? There was more than one?
Oh, I didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires.
Wait, what?
But the only fire we know about is the one after the Diamond Ninja show.
Well, the first occurred at the start. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of our embassy caught on fire.
So one of them set the fire in order to cause confusion.
Not wanting to cause a panic, we decided to keep it internal.
After the fire after the Gem and Ninja show was the second one of the night.
Exactly.
So the fire I witnessed was the second one. Come to think of it, didn't Detective Bad make reference to the first fire? Apparently right after the fires on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. Okay. This means the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out. Okay, cool.
What was the extent of the fire damage?
The second fire was confined to this floor, the 3rd floor. I think it was leftover embers on the floors above it.
That's how should I put this? A very bad stroke of luck.
My office on the 5th floor, and Manny's office is here, and Manny himself all gone in the blink of an eye.
Cool. Fires in Babahl.
I feel sorry for you, Mr. Paleno.
Look at me. What was it you wanted to ask me?
We were asking what your actions and whereabouts were. If you happen to know what Mr. Cochin's actions and whereabouts were.
Very well, I've been quite busy all day. I woke up and brushed my teeth, I then had a roll for breakfast.
Okay, no, we don't need to know all of that. How about you just skip to the relevant bits, please?
Oh, like a condensed version. TLDR, alright, I can do that for you.
Oh, for goodness sake. Okay.
What did Mr. Cochin and you do this morning? Originally, we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the Gem and Ninja, but Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were in here tidying up his office.
You helped clean up his office. Why are we not cleaning your own?
I think my office is going renovations.
Okay, so that's where the renovations come from. Okay.
Which is why both the Primado statue and the Barbalese knife set are down here.
I see.
Oh, but the tidying didn't take much, really. We just burned some files that were no longer needed and expired coupons in the fireplace.
Like cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain.
About that, I kind of forgot to clean the ashes out.
Okay, so that's why the hand was on the bottom of the Primado statue. That's why there's a handprint on this one, I think. Allebahst's one? It's kind of hard to tell which one's which on the thingy, other than, like, because they're in opposite places.
About that, I forgot to clean the ashes. Oh, I guess I'm up a creep without money here to get angry at me. An ambassador like you has been on the receiving end of a secretary's anger. It was very good at being very mad, while just in the morning he got mad at me. I spilled some ink onto the back wall while I was burning the files and he got mad.
Talk about the boss getting bossed around. Okay, cool.
That's about it, what I did this morning.
Now, if you could tell me what you, Mr. Coaching, did this afternoon.
Well, we had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started,
Oh, I accidentally skipped that one.
went back to my office on the 5th floor.
They were together until the start of the show.
A little while after I'd straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theatre, because I was to take part in the photo opportunity on stage at the end.
There was a commemorative photo op.
It was a fantastic photo, Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. After the photo shoot, I went back on the office to the 5th floor to prepare for my handshake with the German ninja.
He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador.
When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out and I escaped down the stairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I admit I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me, but during the second one I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out.
You didn't see Mr. Coaching again after the start of the Steel Samurai show.
That's right, the next time I saw him he was lying there in eternal sleep.
I see. Ambassador Poleno, I thank you very much for your help.
I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistant, Edgeworth. If there's anything else, please don't hesitate to ask.
Ink. I wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Mr. Coachin's ink.
I just thought of it, but during the second fire, Maroney was worried about his office, so he came rushing back. I called out, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. When I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames.
So yeah, so the ink was set on fire.
It was so big I wasn't even able to see into the room.
Fire was green? What was the cause? The ink.
White crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by the lantern.
And Barbely's ink is made from the same oil, which means it would also burn green.
You know, I too thought it was Mandy's ink that had caught on fire, so that's why I was finding out there was still a bottle of ink left on his desk.
The case of the perplexing green flames. Talk about a mystery.
What exactly was it that caught on fire in here? Probably the lantern then. Because if it's not the ink, then it's gonna be the lantern. Because as much as I want to say the oil caught... As much as I want to say the oil caught fire, we haven't got anything that's just oil at the moment. We only have the lantern and we have the ink. And since in the room the ink cannot have caught fire, somehow, it has to be a lantern that did the same thing.
I believe you might have an idea as to why Mr. Coachin hired the mask. I fear it may be my fault. As I was telling you, we were to determine which statue is the real one.
Because of the Yatagarasu and the fire, it got cancelled.
I'm relieved the rest of the event's been cancelled. If you see Babahl's statue, it's a replica.
And did Mr. Coachin know that about after the Babahl statue?
Of course he knew, that's why he was the only person who I could consult with. We'd have to do something more once our statue was revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous, as would impact our country's authority. I understand. When I told Manning, he said, let me handle it, I'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Cohdopian. At the time I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. And I saw the note, I realized he was serious.
His voice makes me yawn a lot.
Mr. Coachin conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did it to ensure you're the next Cohdopian ambassador. But why he was trying so hard? He was so much better at getting things done than I was.
I don't have an answer yet as to why he was trying so hard, but I suspect he had an ulterior motive behind just simple kindness.
Here you are, Mr. Edgeworth.
Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information?
Yep, got it all right here, sir. Here you go, Kay. Feel free to take a look. It's for you, after all.
What's all this?
All of the information on the room that I got from the embassy and the Interpol people. And we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire.
Okay, so she's gonna do her little thief thing, in which then she shines up and... Oh, I just popped my elbow there. She's gonna do a little thief thing, and she's gonna do her stuff.
Good work, Detective. There was nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk.
Wow, you two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad.
What do you mean?
As a prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs. Well, don't you just worry. I'm gonna find my own wonderful partner someday.
Discovers another prosecutor.
And when I do, I'm gonna become a good Yatagarasu, just like my father.
Wait, you want to be a prosecutor? I love the idea of her becoming a prosecutor. Would be so funny.
Please don't ask me questions to which I have no answers to. All I can say is it's truly a wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust.
You bet.
And I've been stuck with him for 7 years, so,
Ooh.
What now, Mr. Edgeworth?
Well, I'd like to ask you a favour.
Yeah?
That gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? The thing you call your secret weapon?
You mean Little Thief? You're going to rely on it, aren't you?
I don't need a crutch like that, I'm only asking you because I need it. For the information Detective Gumshoe gathered and the Ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate the room as it was during the third floor fire.
You got it. Alright, here we go. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Sailor Moon. Now witness the true power of a real, modern-day Robin Hood.
Does a magical girl transformation using Little Thief. Fire!
So there are other things besides what the Ambassador mentioned that have changed. It's possible we may find the escape route the person Yew saw used as well. What is this? Is some sort of light show?
This is the power of a true vigilante. It's recreating the room with the info I inputted.
Yeah, there's already a game with that for... She's gonna do a secret thief dance. That feels like Rhythm Thief. I don't know whether... I haven't played Rhythm Thief before, but I've heard of it, and I want them to... Doing a remake would be quite funny. Because I can't play it on my... I have an emulator, but I can't do it because rhythm games are awful to try and play with, like... With, like, the delay of sound.
This is the power of a true vigilante. It's recreating the room with the info I inputted.
Do you think a magical girl outfit would be green or pink? Or gold? Or, like, black and white like the Raven?
This is certainly one interesting device you have there. I think it's about time we return to our investigation.
Right, what are all these things down here? Oh, they weren't there. The knife was there when the first fire broke out.
Looks like one of the bubbly's nut.
Knives was already missing before the fire began.
So it would seem, especially since the other two knife handles were burned.
The remaining handle was swapped out with the handle from the real murder weapon. And Babahl's natural treasure was stolen. Poor Babahl, don't you think?
I'm not sure I would lump the replica statue in with the rest of Babahl's woes.
So the safe wasn't open.
The grandfather clock. Apparently it was in a different position before.
According to staff members, the clock was flush against the wall before the fire, sir.
Means it's likely it was moved by someone during the fire.
Speaking of which, it's totally 11, but I don't hear any chiming.
That's odd, it was still climbing around the dot of every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged his internal mechanisms. Ambassador maybe took a look inside the clock. Go right on ahead.
Gumshoe, if you please inspect the insides of the clock.
Yes, sir, I'm on it. Mr. Edgeworth, find this inside, sir.
Looks like a length of wire, so this is what caused the clock to stop chiming. Okay, so somebody maybe pulled the coat up from the window. Ooh, they could have pulled the coat up from the window and then maybe that was the reason why the wire's in here.
But what was a long length of wire doing inside the clock in the first place?
It was a hiding place. Okay, so that's a new one.
Why would someone do this to such a valuable clock?
Looks like it wasn't Miss Polano that put the wire in there.
Perhaps it was Mr. Cochin's killer who did.
Fire! Ow!
These must have been the large green flames Mr. Polano saw.
Flames like these, no wonder you couldn't get in.
When the time you came into this room, had the fire been put out?
Yup, the fire died out by something.
This fire had only burned from the time the fire started on the third floor until the Yatagarasu appeared and caused a stir in Babahl.
I guess Mr. Polano was just lucky enough to run into the fire as it was burning, huh?
You could put it that way, and since you were the first to discover the body, we can assume no one entered the room.
Other than the person... Come on, when are we gonna get the fireplace? I was thinking Mother 3, there's a secret dance the thief has to do to open a door. Ooh, I've not played the Mother games. I've not actually played the Mother games.
I mean, that person could even be Mr. Cochin's killer.
That's very likely to be the case. After all, that person came into this room before you and must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one would be in here.
And maybe the green fire was to prevent anyone from coming in. But what did the person set on fire to make the green flames? Maybe a lantern or just the oil in general?
Whatever that person burned, it made a rather sizable fire. Oh, sorry, bonked my mic stand there. And since the fire's
green, well, we've seen something that burns green, right? It's tiny in these flames, but you get what I mean.
Do you believe what you're thinking is exactly why these flames are green? Which fire-related piece of evidence burns the same colour? The lantern, right?
Take that!
The lantern. The silhouette lantern. Its green flame covers from the wick crystal oil it's burning. As much as I also want to say the ink, because of the fact it's got oil in it, I think the lantern is what they want us to present, because of the fact that it's talking about fire.
Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of. I love the green it gives off.
It's called... It was the green flames were caused by wick crystal oil, which means the wick crystal oil has to contain copper, because that's what causes fire to burn green. Copper oxide, I think. Is it copper oxide that burns green, I want to say? Using my general chemistry knowledge here. Is copper fire the green one? Yes, it is! I was right. Which burns lithium and turns it green. Okay, I am right. I can remember GCSE chemistry. We've got this, guys. Right. Furthermore, we know there's only one other thing made from wick crystal oil.
You mean the thing Mr. Polano was mistaken about?
As we found out earlier in the investigation. What? I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir? I suppose I'll explain it in a way that even you can understand. This is the thing from made with wick crystal oil. The ink.
Take that!
Sorry, you have to present the lantern?
No. Bubbly's ink is made from wick crystal oil. Oh, so it should just burn the same colour as the flames. Precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Bubbly's ink. No, because he did say that it wasn't. And he was really concerned as to why the ink wasn't the thing that was burned, but instead the lantern.
Because he found the ink was the coach and using his desk, right?
We know Mr. Coach was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now, what do you do he made using all that ink? I believe he made with that ink the answer to fire.
I need to really feel the energy.
Here I've finally found it, the smuggling ring's real goal. Made of Bubbly's ink, this is the source of the green flames. The lantern? Mother 1's special effects hurt my eyes. PK fire! Made of Bubbly's ink, so it's not going to be the lantern. What else do we have that's made of ink? Not that. It could be those, to be fair, but no. Related to the smuggling of it. Oh, these are made of ink. These are made of ink. These are made of Bubbly's ink. What would consume that great of a volume of ink to make? The counterfeit bills the smuggling ring made and is circulating in Jengfa.
You're kidding. You're saying that it was Mr. Cochin who made the bills?
Probably. I believe you could even go so far as to say he stole Babahl's printing press. Ambassador, Mr. Cochin had permission to freely use the printing press. Oh yes, and I do remember using it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed. Because of your secretary's crimes, you will need to be investigated as well. I suppose so. We have caused a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? Mate, this is a political matter. You can't just do that. It's my duty to search out all who shielded Mr. Cochin and concealed his crime. But they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. So he may have been part of the smuggling ring, right?
So Babahl's really into pushing their tourism industry, huh?
It would appear that way. You know what, I'd really love
to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take one after this case?
Do you have a destination in mind?
Well, I'd hopefully like to go a place when I can continue my thief training.
Do you want to go to the mountain where Maya almost froze to death?
Yeah, that sounds like a great place for thief training.
There's even a broken bridge that you could swing down. You want to learn the fine art of stealth, perhaps you could visit the studio where they make the Jammer Ninja TV show.
That's actually a really great idea.
I can't believe she took me seriously. Okay. Flag. A fireplace, huh? Babahl's officers have them too. Did we not literally say this? That it's the revolving... He made an oopsie.
Oh no, you committed a giant political fraud scheme. Oh no.
Anyway, back to that again.
Tea?
There's a fireplace in relatively the same location as the Allebahst office. However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. Can't believe we found the undershirt in the fireplace.
If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories? You climb inside, we play hide and seek.
And come out covered in soot? I think not.
You really have no sense of fun.
Okay, oh, why did I do that? So, you can see the Allebahst embassy through this window.
Where were you when you were investigating over there?
You can see it from here. I was there on the 5th floor. That's when Damask II was killed.
You don't mean the Master Mask too? Aw, poor guy. As a fellow second generation thief, I just can't turn a blind eye to this.
Even though Damask II is merely an imposter of the original.
Yeah, she doesn't like imposters, doesn't she?
It looks like a very comfortable chair.
It doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you try sitting in it?
I'd better not. It's very important we preserve the crime scene.
You're already touching all sorts of things at crime scenes. I mean, mate, come on.
That's because I'm a prosecutor and it's part of my job to examine things.
And my job's to be a great thief.
Which is exactly why you're not allowed to touch anything.
Okay, and we've got the... Oh, this is the,
National symbol of Babahl is drawn here. There's nothing especially strange about it.
Just may have the butterfly gained an antenna since we last saw it.
Even if it did, do we really have any bearing on our case?
How do we... Oh.
So by this time, the Prima Day statues had already been swapped.
They must have been, as this one's covered in soot.
Lousy timing. And the two countries were just about to become friends again too, with the Cuck Council. They were going to do some cucking and get together again. Would have been better if stolen it for them to get caught in that fire.
I think I understand your sentiment. If you were to engage in theft, I can't look the other way. Could you please stop stealing my lines?
Oh, it was... who said that? Oh, there you go.
It's the charred remains of a fallen ceiling fan.
They spin around and around and play music.
I think you're thinking of a musical mobile for babies.
Well, that's it.
They're nothing alike.
They're totally alike. They spin those babies round and round and round like a record baby. You spin me right round, baby, right round like a record. But anyway, we're gonna go that one.
we're no singing for me. God, no. We're not allowed to do that. You took part in the initial Babahl investigation.
Sure did. Helped with both fires, sir. Fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. First tried the elevator, but someone else had the same idea. Can't remember to use the stairs. I've been burnt to a crisp.
That's odd. We always use our staff in the case of fire that's dangerous to use the elevator.
Maybe someone wrote it in a fit of panic.
Do you see the Yatagarasu that came into the Babahlese embassy at all?
I didn't personally, but the other staff members told me they never got a good look at the person either.
I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective. The second fire broke out.
Second fire broke out about the time the Yatagarasu was spotted in Allebahst. There's also when a suspicious person was spotted in the bar, which caused some panic.
So no one was able to get a good look at this Yatagarasu that infected Babahl?
All I saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. But that's not enough to make a positive idea, you know.
Still, it's enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more.
A person in a long coat? Sounds like the exact person I saw.
The Yatagarasu that appeared in Allebahst was proven to be a fabrication. In light of that fact, the Yatagarasu also appeared in Babahl as suspect.
You can't be serious. No one with this close to capturing the fake. Well, I mean Calisto Yew. It's obviously going to be Callisto, isn't it?
The Yatagarasu appeared, caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Cochin, and disappeared. What if they had Marvel and Capcom and put the Steel Samurai in it? Oh my god, that'd be really good. Because I know Phoenix Wright himself is in it alongside Maya. And I love how all of these secondary outfits refer to any of the other characters. So it's like this, the other secondary outfit is Miles and Gumshoe. And then there's one that's Kay and Larry. And it's so good. And there's one that's like Athena and Apollo, and it's like, that is such a good idea. Put the Steel Samurai in it. He's featured in all the games. Why do you not chase after them?
I did, but the embassy's huge, sir. I got separated and I got lost for a while.
You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard. Oh, you can't be sure to do that from now on. But you know, it was thanks to me being lost I was able to come to Kay's rescue. Is that a fact? Yup. When I was lost and wandering around the third floor hallways, when I heard a scream, I headed towards it.
That's probably when I found Mr. Cochin's body.
I need Francisca, she was cut from one of the games. What do you mean she was cut from the Marvel vs. Capcom? That's so stupid. She has a whole weapon. She has a weapon of her own. You could whip, like, Captain America or something, and that would be cool. Because it's Marvel vs. Capcom.
But it sounded like us, I got real worried.
And it was thanks to Gummy Miss Gina I wasn't able to take me away. He covered for me until you got here.
So he can be useful once in a blue moon. It's too bad Sheena got here before I did.
Wonder where Sheena was before you found her here.
Well, just before I got to this room, I saw something like coming out of the room next door.
Girl, you're not looking good. I mean, turns out if this woman ends up being possibly Callisto, I won't be surprised. Considering, like, the fact she always wears a load of makeup. She hasn't got freckles though, which is the only thing, and her eyes are a bit different, but then she could have contacts. I don't know. I mean, that would be a really easy way to, like, not be with Lang, or, like, get away from Lang the entire time. Also, because of the fact she was coming out of the room next door. Oh, looking at logic, there's a revolving fireplace that allows you to enter next door. Ooh, girl, it's not looking good.
Sheena mentioned something about chasing the Yatagarasu herself. Well, apparently she helped in putting out the first fire. During the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yatagarasu. She was a very dedicated agent. You do well to learn from her. Why do you point at me when you say that? When you summoned everything, there's one thing that bothers me. Maybe I should ask Ambassador Paleno about it. There's something I'd like to ask you about. Yes? About this office, it appears to me to be very similar to Ambassador Albert's office. The location of the fireplace, the position of the clock. We paid a visit to the Allebahst side. Our two embassies used to be one.
I know, even the pamphlet mentioned it.
Which is why the building is bilaterally symmetrical.
Offices on the two sides are completely symmetrical. Okay.
No matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the like are exactly the same. Even where the arch is located. As for my room is currently under renovation, we worked hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office.
Leave your handshake photo with the Jammer Ninja.
That's right. I mean, what's a photo like worth if it's not taken in the ambassador's office?
You know, the odd expression of Babahl's obsessively competitive spirit with Allebahst.
I thank you, Ambassador.
That piece of information is all I needed to connect the dots.
Connect what dots?
Logic, because of the fact that I'm assuming we gotta do some logic. And then I'm assuming this will then connect with Sheena's location because of this. The Allebahst and Babahl sides of the building are symmetrical. As we know for a fact, this room's fireplace may also hide a secret passageway.
A secret passageway?
Yeah, didn't we literally just see... Oh, wait, no, she wasn't there on the other side. That's why she... Okay, I can forgive Ace Attorney for not giving Kay the idea of, like, a secret passageway because of the fact that she wasn't there at Allebahst.
The fireplace turned out to have a revolving back wall.
A revolving wall? That sounds something out of a ninja house. Hell yeah!
There was a trick like that built into the fireplace? The ambassador holds that kind of secret?
There seems to be a lot about this room you don't know about, Ambassador. Okay, so this is why Ace Attorney is able to get away with Miles basically explaining this all to everyone because of the fact that, because of all this. Because none of these people were in Allebahst with him.
I really want to know about the real Manny and what you know about the room.
What are you waiting for? Let's get to the bottom of this.
Revolving fireplace?
Looks like just another fireplace, though. How do you turn it?
In Allebahst, I had to push where the X was on the far wall.
I see an X.
I see an X back there, sir.
Hold it!
You scared me, sir.
There's something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts. What do you mean? Why did you object to him doing the revolving fireplace stuff? And shoutouts to Edgeworth being the only person to have the power of logic. That reminds me, whenever I make my Ace Attorney gang, Martin, my Ace Attorney, doesn't have like any bullshit defense attorney powers, and I need to fix that at some point. I need to fix it.
There's something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction. Why?
But we found an X, so you thought there'd be one. So you can push it.
That's not what I'm referring to. Something is missing.
What does this contradiction mean?
What do you mean? Push the fireplace?
Hold it!
Besides, there's something I'd like to test. I'll tell you later. Please stop doing it. I swear to God, it's the bloody... All I see inside this fireplace is starter wood.
That's odd. Doesn't match up with what Mr. Polano said earlier.
Oh, so if Mr. Polano didn't say that, then yeah. If Mr. Polano said there wasn't any fire... What if I do this? Please tell me this is connected. Please tell me this is connected. Oh, I thought it would be connected. Damn. Okay, that's fine. Okay, I'm gonna do this, because he said that there wasn't any wood. Or his... So is there anything related to the guy, Polino? Oh, he spilled Babahl's ink onto the back wall while burning files and left the ashes there. Is it this one? Make him be able to tell when a person is lying when he licks them like a JoJo. Oh god. It's like the crappy, it's like Apollo's thing, except instead of touching their shoulder and twisting his bracelet, he licks them. Allebahst and Polano, you said you burned some old files. I burned quite a few files this morning. You forgot to clean out the ashes from the fire. That's right, but why are you asking? I'm not intimidating when I'm serious. Any case, I'm trying to find odd. Let's see, where all the ashes go? Missing ashes. Why was that a contradiction then?
What's the meaning of this, Edgeworth?
You don't think Allebahst Polano's lying? There's no reason for him to lie. I don't believe his testimony's wrong either. It's the fireplace that's causing the contradiction. Please just use the revolving fireplace for fuck's sake. I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me.
You got it! I'll add in the ashes. Sounds like we pretty much figured out everything, huh?
Well, there was nothing. All I did was follow where the lead sticks, which means someone re-put the logs back in there. That's what Mr. Edgeworth is known for. There's really no need for you to dance around in the name of what I'm about to do. Go to the fireplace. I've already checked this area. The ashes, which means there's new stuff there. The ashes on but seem to have disappeared. If we follow where this piece of information leads, we should be able to see the truth. It's time to use your time. Go on, sir, use your special skill. Just a little further. It's gonna be logic. They want me to logic it. They want me to logic. Oh, because there's gonna be ashes on the other side. The ashes are gonna be on the other side. Yeah. The reason as to why the ashes are missing is simple.
It's not because someone cleaned them up?
Nope, because if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean. And Allebahst Polano said he spilled some Babahl's ink while burning the files. There's not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall.
I don't know what happened.
I'll tell you, the two sides were switched. Yeah, so there should... Yeah. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighbouring room. Which means there's a clear indication the fireplace was used. There we go! Can we finally use it now and see? Because Sheena was in the opposite room.
Disappeared from the room through here?
The person you were in pursuit of is Mr. Coach's killer, and after committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace.
Wow, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured out the killer's escape route.
It was only the beginning, now we have to chase the killer down. Once again, I think this might be right. Yep, there we go, got it. Which then very much casts doubt on Sheena with all of that, and I think she's definitely one of the killers, if not both, at this point. The killer used the fireplace in the room to escape, then it's only logical to us to talk with the person who was in the neighbouring room. Well, the person who was next to him was that person, sir. Agent Sheena. Cool.
It's looking more and more like Miss Sheena's the killer, right?
Let's not jump to conclusions. No, I feel like we really should jump to conclusions, considering she probably went through the fireplace. We need to go through what we know. She came running straight into the room from the next one and instantly accused you. She claimed it couldn't have been you that killed Mr. Coachin.
I don't have any proof yet. I know she's hiding something.
Why don't you ask her herself?
Not yet. Something needs to be done. First, Detective Gumshoe. My turn to do something? Yes, fit through the fireplace. I have a 2-part special assignment for you, please. First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis on Master Mask's note. Okay, that makes second. I'll get the lab boys on that right away. And second, I want to see if you can fit it through the revolving fireplace wall.
Yeah, to see what happens.
Right now, sir. No, next decade, of course now. We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we? Gumshoe was planning on fitting through the revolving fireplace earlier on. And you stopped him from doing that.
This is stupid. This game is so stupid. This game is so stupid.
Come on, Gummy, you can do it.
I'm gonna do this like a real man. We're going through the fireplace and back.
You shouldn't need to psych yourself up for just a simple task.
Whee! The walls at the fireplace really did turn.
Yeah, congratulations. We already figured this out. And there's the ink and there's the ashes from earlier.
Now I want to try going through there.
There really is a secret passageway there. I had no idea. Would appear the ash really was pushed into the other room. The bubbly's ink you spilled, Ambassador, is there on the back wall. Here I go! Detective, I'd like you to go through that under the same conditions as the killer. But there's all that ash and stuff. And your point is, now we're short on time. Yes, sir.
Now we have the most whole picture.
Not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve. Please stop. We understand. Such as the Yatagarasu's whereabouts, the other smuggling ring members, the 2 weapons that made it across the border, the key Miss Yew stole 7 years ago. In fact, we really haven't figured out a thing regarding how Miss Yew is related to these embassies in any way. Once again, is she not Calisto? That could just be it. And that she's just been hiding in plain sight the entire time. I mean, I don't know whether that's right, because I don't know her name. Not her name, her age. It doesn't say her age at all. Like, if you compare the 2 together, I mean, she looks like she's used, like, some really light foundation. The only thing I can think of is the eyelashes are the same, and that's about it. Yeah, we haven't found out shit from this.
Mr. Edgeworth.
A number of pieces connect in a very complicated way. It's almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted. Like me, who's been doing this for 5 fucking hours already, and we're not even halfway through.
What you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were the one who said it's easy if you follow the leads.
Wasn't that supposed to be an impression of me, Kay?
It's info gathering you need. Gummy and I can help. And all you have to do is show off your fancy schmancy logical deductions.
Show off? Does it sound like I'm being boastful?
Let's not overcomplicate matters. I've been so focused like a laser on only what seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder nothing's clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet, other than,
you know, the revolving fireplace.
Whenever we do things calmly, the answer should come to us. That's the sort of thing I say to myself, obviously, while I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks.
That is something I hope practice doesn't make perfect for your sake. You know, you can buy a lockpicking kit really easily. Like, that's... Or cast a key using clay and moulding. Like, that is really easy to do.
Looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back, sir. Thought you could fit it through, sir.
You're right, Gummy.
Okay, just a bit of ash and dust.
The deck is quite healthy. I see the hands practically turned black.
Well, quite a bit of the unburned ink got in it, sir.
Thank you, Detective. You did a fine job. Now, let me pay for that. I'll even pay the cleaning bill for the trench coat.
What? No, sir, I could never. This is... Come on, mate, I sleep in this. Sir, Mate, this is my blanket. I couldn't do that, sir. It was a coat I actually cared about. I'd get it clean, but, you know. I see, as you wish.
Because Gummy was able to climb to the fireplace, we knew it could be used.
That's not all we learned. We actually learned one important other fact.
That is...
I'll have to explain it to you later. Right now we need to deal with the handwriting analysis.
Yes, sir. Be back before you know it.
The handwriting analysis on Mr. Cochin's handwriting will take a bit of time. And the forensics didn't. Let us go and wait in the Theastrum Neutralis along with Agent Lang and Agent Sheena. Yay! That is probably where we're going to cut it today. I think we are just about less than halfway. We are just about less than halfway, because I can't remember whether it's 4 parts. I can't remember whether it's 7 parts or 8 parts this is in, and we've just finished 3. But I think the first part is usually Yeah, we're in the middle now. The Yatagarasu's true identity is in the middle, so... I think once we find a bit of music, we are going to find someone to raid. Hi, Alba.
Agent Lang! Lang Z says little cubs do whatever. His quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. And what does that mean? It means you'll never really know how angry I can get. Mr. Prosecutor, the counterfeit bells made with Babahl's ink were all of Gen Fa denominations. So I heard.
But we don't know where the play money has gone.
You must not have figured out it was all burned yet. Ever since those things showed up in circulation, the country's economy has taken a big hit. Gen Fa is in financial chaos as we speak, because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes.
Oh yeah, he's from Gen Fa.
It's not just the money, the citizens are also worried. I've staked the horror of the House of Lang on this, and I've come to this land to capture the mastermind behind the whole mess. I investigated how the bills were made and how the ink was smuggled, and I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter is written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first, and now I'm called to return home without a single answer. Agent Lang, Don't start, it's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba, I'm sorry for the trouble tonight.
Oh no, it is I who should apologize. It was all because I wasn't strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Quirkus, you fool, cuss your empty brain.
You're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. I take full responsibility for tonight. Sheena, let's go. Time to return to our den.
Awoo, sir. Yes.
I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but go home.
Agent Lang. Yo, Wolfman, the security lady, hold it, objection, pal. Detective Gumshoe, you got the results of the handwriting analysis? That note was wrote by Mr. Coach and so. Just as I thought. Good work, detective.
Woo! We got some stuff. Okay, there we go.
Mr. Prosecutor, how long do you intend to hold up for? Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone's finally here. Agent Sheena, I'd like to ask you something if you don't mind.
You know what? Let's end at this point, because I think this would be a...
How exactly did you fail to see the Yatagarasu when you were in the neighbouring room to where Mr. Cochin was killed? I'd like you to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, what are you talking? Ask her about something she didn't see. Lang hasn't touched the Babahl investigation at all, so I suppose I will need to explain a few things to her.
Miles, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours.
Oh, the only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth.
Oh, sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well, I'll surprise you to the very end.
Is she seriously going to treat me as a subordinate? You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinates and some flimsy guess. I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you'll see. I should have known that you and I are destined to fight out till the very end. It would appear that way. I'll prove her innocence, so let's see what you've got. With pleasure. My opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babahl, and establish exactly who it was that Kay saw. Agent Lang, I assume you've been briefed on Kay's testimony. You mean the suspicious person in the coat she saw? That person is one of the keys to solving the case. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu.
I think this is the point in which we cut it off today, because we will be finding out more about Agent Lang, Agent Sheena's true motives, and who the Yatagarasu really is. I think I've found someone to raid. A friend of mine is actually live today, and she's playing some Switch games at the moment. At the moment, she's having a go at playing some Just Dance, and then she'll be playing some other games later. So I hope that I can drop you on her, and hopefully you can have a great time with her. So we're going to be raiding a good friend of mine, Heather's Hideaway. And I hope you guys have an absolutely lovely day. if you are not a sub, use the first one. Oh, not that one. I've changed the... Wait? Wait, what? Let's go gambling! You can do it! Go gambling, you can do it, you can do it! Oh! Aw, dang it. Yep, so if you are a sub, use the second one. If you're not a sub, use the first one. So I hope you have a lovely day, a lovely night, evening, wherever you are in the world. And I hope to see you on Sunday for the finale of this case. And it will be a long one. So let's do it. Let's go! Woo! See you!